Oh my goodness. Wow.
He might call.
Wow. Welcome in, everyone. We are here for another massive show. This is a crazy one. 300,000 plus the first, some huge names, and of course we're gonna have an amazing guest. Michael Jozoff will join us for this Tuesday, November 12th, fresh off the election last week. I hope everyone is happy with it. You know, gonna be a mixed bag, but today we are gonna get to see some amazing poker and dive into the streets of the high stakes. $10,000 buy-in. It is over 300K to first, and again, some repeat winners, some new faces, and of course the biggest names in the game. We're gonna see the winning hand first from last week after we take a look at the Jack Johnson 9. He comes in, gets his first win, only 3 appearances, 2 cashes, 1 win. Very impressive resume for this man. As you can see, GGMillion earnings now 355K, 900K just below that on GG, as we will see the hand that took place last week. This is a man versus I Am Businessman who plays a very exciting batch of poker. We see 2 7s on the button, gonna go for a raise as a very good hand in no limit hold'em in heads up poker. And I Am Businessman, who is not afraid, mixes it up, goes ahead in 3 bets. You know, stack size, depth, you have 7s. Gonna be the best hand most of the time. Of course, you could be flipping, gonna be 4 to 1 sometimes behind. He does elect to go in, put it in, and it is a 4 to 1 situation. As the underdog, he gets it in bad, but you know what they say, always coming 7. It does that, fills up on the turn, has to fade the queen and queen only, and that was it. That is what it takes sometimes. You get it in, you get cooler, you get lucky, and that is a champion in the making. Jack Johnson 9 gets it done and the money, and you can see the look at the all-time GGMillion earnings there. Artur Mortarizian, it is actually mind-blowing. 80 cashes, 10 titles, and 42 final tables. And again, we will be having some of these guys as guests. We've seen some of these already. I know Alex Panakov's been talking with trying to get him on here coming up. We've had multiple people on this list that have joined us, and today we have a absolutely star-studded final table. Michael Jozoff will be joining us a little bit later today. You can see the payouts there. 327 to first, going all the way down to 46,000 for 9th place, so about 4.5 buy-ins for 9th place. Again, a lot to play for. 161 entrants, and we will take a look at all 9 of the final table players today. Again, some you've seen before, some you may not have. There's a man, Chris Frank, who is actually one of the 3 players that has won before a GGMillion title. 9 final tables, 66 appearances, and a guy, again, a very feared player. Also did win a bracelet in the 1.5K no limit hold'em event. You can see all-time money list up there. He only has 13 blinds to work with today. We'll see what those betting odds are at the end of this pregame, sort of a in-client GG feature. If you have a client, you have an opportunity to bet and wager on the final table with the odds, and this is one where with this ability, but also 13 blinds, be interesting price point. Going to look at that as, again, he does have 18 cashes and a very high in the money percentage ratio. Chris Frank, very dangerous player, former champion on GGMillions. Let's go ahead and take a look at number 8 today as the 8th place stack. This is another tough name to pronounce. Sherbakov is in there and dangerous with 18 blinds, and also got super deep in the main event online in 2022. A lot of experience there, and over 1.4 million in GG earnings. So someone, I guess, would be a little bit less, that you see a little less here. Those are sometimes more difficult to play against. The other players might not have much experience, and again, can tell, knows how to play the game, and has gone deep in some major events, including one just under 1.5 million in earnings on the GG client. Let's go ahead and take a look at number 7 today. This player is a fun one. This is one we've seen a lot. 80 appearances, has not got the win though. This is a player, a lot of people that I know that play high stakes, they say very tricky, always putting pressure on, really dangerous. 8.6 million in GG earnings. He has 20 big blinds, has a cool 20 blinds, all-time money list 450. I believe 4.5 million in live earnings. You can take a look at that Hendon Mob. So extremely talented player. And this guy is, again, 20 blinds in striking distance, looking to get that elusive win with 9 final tables. Maybe the 10th time is a charm, as we will go ahead to our next player today at the final tables. Dennis Vols, again, one that don't have as much experience with. You can see the avatar Nick Petrangelo, who was a guest recently on the show, rocking that avatar, I believe, even though the thumb is covering there, and a nice cash ratio. He's got 4 appearances, 2 cashes, and a final table. See if he's able to capitalize on that with a lot of earnings in GG, maybe playing some of the smaller stakes, because not much in GG Millions, only 24K. Believe what that is locked up already, and you can see that last week he did get 14th place, so that was that 24,000. Going to be adding to that tally today, see with 22 big blinds what the player has up his sleeve. If Dennis is able to make a run here on one of the shorter stacks, that is a very interesting resume with a really impressive start to his GG Million career. I'm going to go ahead and dive into a name unknown, Filthy Triple. This player is someone that does not have much stats at all. Let's take a look at Filthy Triple, our next player, who is going to be in middle of the pack. 55 blinds though, a lot of chips for being middle of the pack. You can get a little bit of a perfect resume, if you will. 1 appearance, 1 cash, 1 final table. Can he add that with the win? But some experience on GG, not in the GG Millions, and a very, very capable player who, again, we can tell by the experience on GG, has played, just maybe not the high stakes, always a bit fun. And I see a lot of people. I want to take a moment, say hello to everyone in the chat. We see some new faces, familiar faces, and we will have the giveaways. Also, I do have a tweet out on Twitter, give you guys a chance, kind of a mystery. I don't put a dollar amount there, so if you're live on the show, do that. I will pick a winner, and that will be a $50. You can retweet and pick who you think is going to win today. Give you guys a chance to do that during the show, and we will have 2 giveaways today. You must be subscribed. Hit the thumbs up, and that is a good opportunity to get a bankroll going, or if you already have one, to add to that. So want to take a moment. Again, Jozoff will be joining us here, and it is a special show, always fun to watch, and no deal making. We're going to play to a winner, and we see again some of the bigger names with the bigger stacks today. Let's go ahead to a player I know very well. I used to battle with him in the high stakes live. He actually knocked me out in one of my biggest spots in a 50K deep in a EPT many years ago, queens to aces right before the money, and I'll never forget it. He actually knocked me out twice in this tournament, kind of got the best of me, and always plays well, and a guy that we don't see on the regular anymore, but you can see 11 appearances, 2 final tables, already has a win. A guy that just has got it done over the years in the high stakes live, and now is still battling online with the best in the world here at the GG Millions. You can see over 2 million in GG earnings. If I'm not mistaken, his earnings, I mean, he did play a lot of high stakes poker. I think he might have had his Hendon Mob taken down, but he's had multi millions, I believe over 10 million in live earnings, and again, just a force at the table. You can see October of 2024 did take down this very tournament. So let's see if he is able to go on and do more than just that, as we will go and take a look at one of the hands from our top 3 stack, Iago, who is Brazilian here. And again, the Brazilians, every week I say it, Brazilian, Austria, they just find a way. They're here, they're in the mix. In Brazil, one of the hottest countries in the world for poker, and they are just continuing to put up results. You guys know I'm biased. My wife's Brazilian. Prazer, boa sorte, boa tarde, all the Brazilians out there. I see him in the chat. I see him in Vegas. I see him on the rails. The most passionate, I'm going to give it to him. That's my personal opinion, the most passionate electric fans. They rally behind each other. They stick together. They love the game of poker. I know there's BSOP going on. We had the KSOP. Felipe Mojave, part of GG, put on an amazing series, helped to run that smoothly. I know they'll have more of those. I can't wait to get out for that. And if you haven't been to Brazil and you love poker, I would really strongly suggest finding a series, the KSOP or BSOP or something. Get out there, enjoy the beautiful country, the friendly people, you know, and get to one of these events and get to play, because it is nothing like I've seen. I've been to a lot of places in poker over my 20 years in the game, and just something special. I played a series there in Rio years ago. I've been to BSOP a few times, and looking forward to KSOP. But I get fired up when I see Brazil doing well, and especially a new 22 appearances, 2 cashes, the first final table, 1.8 million to first today. I'm sorry, 1.8 million he has done, looking at 300K for first today. GG Million earnings, a newbie, 30K. Let's take a look at one of the hands from Iago, because I have not got to see much of this player. Let's get a little preview on what he's able to do. You can see they're just casually battling with Ognan Dimov, who is our chip leader, number 4 Bulgaria, all-time money list. Andres Nemeth, maybe top 3 or Rushmore of online poker. And here he is, ace-10 on the button. We just mentioned Filthy Triple with that healthy stack there is at this final table in Dennis Falls. This must be with 2 tables left You can see big stacks near the final table bubble, maybe 10 left or 11, as we see a pretty standard ace-10 off open here. A couple Mexican flags in the big blind, the chip leader covering him. Let's see what Ognon comes with here. Does call. I mean, not a great flop, but monotone board. Queen 8-3, 3 spades. No spade for Iago. See if he wants to c-bet or just check back. Likely going to go very small bet. Pretty standard here. 20% does go with the 20%. Having a little cafe con leche. Might hit my quota for the day, but I'm fired up. There it is. Nice 10. Picks up now, beating certain hands. 8x, 3x. You know, there's some hands that were even maybe an ace-jack that doesn't 3-bet here. Now ahead, but let's see. He is going to make the pair, and I would imagine this is some showdown value. Doesn't need to go crazy here. Not going to accomplish too much unless you're trying to barrel off a queen, but he does check into a very strong 2-pair. Top, the ace-10, and he is going to check back, and I would imagine with this, if there's a bet, would just be a call. Now I guess you get enough hands you can value bet. You lose to a flush, 118-1 odds to flop a flush, so you know, feel pretty good. Jack 9 somehow it calls a flop bet maybe with the spade, but really, you know, you can feel good. Ace-10 here. Let's see what kind of sizing he goes with. Would imagine there's going to be a value bet here, and he is thinking. The Brazilian in the tank against the chip leader, thinking about what to do. And he knows he's in a good position in this tournament there. He goes for a 188, so, you know, but 30% looking for a call. And, you know, the scary part is when you play tough players, you do have a chance to get the action opened up. But that is, again, Queen 10, just well played to just check it down and not get hurt there for much more. It does see the bad news that the ace-10 ran out. And Ognon Dimov, a little pot control, maybe cost him there, although I don't know how often he's going to be able to lead turn or do much differently than that. So that is a look at our third place contestant, someone I can say I've not seen play before, that I am not familiar with, and is in a very nice stack, 2.8 million, healthy today, representing Brazil, as we are going to go to our second place stack today. A man, Jeremy Zuari, very cool name, got 2 cashes, 1 final table, no title, only 3 players today with the title, and 3 of those being our chip leader Ognon Dimov. But this player does have over $500,000 in GG earnings and got a deep run, a cash in the WSOP online main event, which we were here. We called that action, set records, had Daniel Negreanu on for that final table, over $4 million to first. You guys saw those 4-6 offhands, 2 times ran. Some of the sicker beats I've ever seen. Really, the equity, I don't know, we said maybe over $2 million in equity. Crazy, crazy stuff, but that was a deep run. He did get a cash. He's in good form. 72 blinds, plenty of health for this player today. And again, a little bit of an unknown, at least from what I remember. Only 14 appearances at GGMillions, and not one that I can remember seeing hands on. Let's take a look at our second place stack today. Let's take a look at what happened this stage of the tournament. Full table. So we are 8-handed, GG, 8-handed. David Yan, all-time money list GG ranking there. You can see he's also been on the show as a guest. Samuel Mueller here as well. The same. I think this is an absolute stacked table. I mean, these guys, so many of these names, I'm just like, man, this is what GGMillions is about. It's about the biggest, the brightest names, and it's fun every time, every week. I feel like we get such a special show each week, and appreciate you being here. What's up, Regis in the chat? Andrade, a lot of familiar faces. I want everyone, if you're watching, hit the thumbs up, subscribe. Let's make this the most epic show ever. And I got to tell you, we got big announcements on GGMillions. There's the Bahamas coming up. Of course, there's crazy stuff going there. Hope to see you guys there. And again, GGMillions new season's coming up. Some very special surprises. I can't say everything right now, but I can tell you, you're going to want to stick around and be involved and have your alerts on, because there is some cool stuff happening, which involves you, the chat, the people here that maybe can spin it up, maybe can free roll into the tournament, maybe get some extra chances to do that, or maybe just, you know, learn, grow, and get in there. But this is the premier spot, the Champions League of Poker, no doubt about it here, as we get to see a little bit of a raise flat king jack suited Jeremy in the small blind here. One of those hands, king jack suited, could get aggressive. Does he put a big raise in the blinds? Let's see, he's got like 20, just a little inviting 3-bet, not big, looks super strong. I like this. This is creative. And we are going to see a player that's awkward. You got your cover. You want to flat. Do you want to raise? Gets the fold there, and a tough Brazilian here. Likely for that price, that is super inviting. I can't imagine folding, closing the action on the button. You know, maybe he's got sevens or a, you know, ace queen that didn't want a 3-bet. So he does flat. We've got a little bit of a mystery hand. We will get some mystery hands today, which are always fun. And here we get to see a mystery hand. And King Jack of Hearts, no heart, no backdoor. You know, there is going to be some 7s and 9s in the range here for flatting and some mid pairs. Do you want to really barrel it off? He does continue betting. Already a very interesting hand for our second place stack today. Let's see what comes and how this plays out, because he is speeding. He is completely without a governor speeding here. And the 9. All right, 9 pairs. So I guess you discount 9s now. 7s, you know, there's some hands. Again, the guy's covering you. It's uncomfortable. This is why poker, you know, it's easy to 3-bet pre, follow up once, but to be able to follow through, to tell a story, as we are likely going to see, that's why it's a highlight hand. He is going to keep betting and leaves himself 154 behind. I will say this is experimental. This is brave. This is courageous. This is definitely thin extraction of a bluff where you're making it look like you want to get called. You're taking your stack down to the wire here. I mean, if he gets called here, and he does get the fold. So King Jack suited would have been interesting to see if he got called, what he would have done on the river as it plays. That is a nice hand, very aggressive, very nice, and just kind of follows through. Very curious what the button folded, but a nice play from Jeremy. And you can see in the moment he only had 590,000. Did spin up a big stack there as he has 71 big blinds, 2.8 million. So he did go for a complete spin. And look at this man in the Argentina flag there. This guy just got second to Patrick Antonius in the Triton main event. Or I'm sorry, the 200K Invitational. I guess he had taken up poker about a month ago. Scores for a huge score, like 3 million, something wild, and just really cool to see. That's a picture of an amateur who came in, I believe from Estonia, took it down and getting some respect there. All right, well, we are gonna go to our chip leader, Dimov. And this guy, 9 million in GG earnings, number 4 in the Bulgaria all-time list. Alex Kulov tops that list. Also, Dimitar Danchev also in there, I believe, in second. He is in 4th all-time, and on the money list all-time, 286. Really strong player. I got to say, I'm impressed with this guy, and he has 3 titles. To be in 3 GGMillion titles, that is elite company. There are not many players that have won 3 times or more. You can see today, 2 other players with 1. 6 have not got a title before. He is in chip lead pole position, going for number 4. And I mean, who's going to stop him? He has so many chips. He is in amazing spot. 90 blinds. Got to be the favorite today. As you can see, 10 final tables, winning 3 of those. 19 cashes, 76 appearances. Just gets it done and is an absolute force, a crusher. We're going to take a look at a hand from this man. Let's see what he does and what stage it was. So a little bit, there's Pavel, seems to always have chips, 2.5 million there at the time. And Agnan, who has 7s in the small blind, is sort of, you know, looks like at this table, healthy. Upper top there, kind of tied for 2nd, 3rd. And we'll see a few of these names that made the final table as well. Probably 3 tables left, 2 or 3 tables. As we see Iago open, 2 7s. 27 big blinds, so awkward stack. And I know Michael Jozoff will be joining those that are asking. He's been on many times. Great player, kind of the Panakov's camp. He will be joining us here after the pregame, and we're going to be joined to a winner with Mr. Jozoff, who it's been a little while since he's been on many times, and can't wait to have him on, get his insight analysis. One of the players that sort of rocketed into the stratosphere on the game of poker, sort of just becoming one of those high stakes guys that has had so much success. As we see 7s multi-way in the small blind, 2 clubs, 10-3-3. And let's see, 7s, I don't know, you know, big blind, wide range, opener. Got chips. He's opening into Pavel, and Dennis, who have chips on the button. So probably the, decent hand, not opening like a king 6 suited most likely. Could though. Oh, that helps. 7. We're gonna probably get to see Iago here, as I likely will see Agnan just check, let his opponent continue the lead in the hand here, and that feels pretty good. You effectively have the nuts. Don't even know if 3s would open. That would be quads. That's hard to do. Lose the pocket 10s. Otherwise, you're just absolutely cruising. Maybe cooler your opponent who opened ace 3 suited. Maybe he just has an overpair as played. Now, this is interesting. Do you check? You have a club. Clubs miss. You do flat. You have a lot of suited broadways here. So do you want to, when your opponent checks back the turn, it's hard to think they're going to value bet the river. So I think you got to bet. The key is how big. He goes for 175 into 504. And let's see what Iago comes with. I mean, you do get the ace 9 call. So well played. Had the best hand of the flop, called. Best makes the 100% on the turn, checks, player doesn't take the bait, and then on the river, on 9, that's a perfect example. A hand like that, ace 9, probably not going to bet on that board when there's a 10 multi-way pot, and he just goes, gets value, extracts it, does leave his opponent maybe even open to raise, and a really nice hand, really nice size. And one of the things I invite you at home, if you're watching and you see a spot, think about beforehand what you would do. When you're looking at the cards, obviously you get to see their exact hand and kind of hold cards up with the other hand. So it's important to think about sizing, think about why your opponent's doing, what he's doing, what is he representing, what is the opponent's range, really try to get on and predict, make some bets on yourself. Think about what bet sizing is going to happen. Why do they do what they do? Why do they think they are perceived as they are? These are things you can do ahead of time. It's really fun. When I commentate, when I've gotten to watching the best players in the world, oftentimes I'm thinking about what they're doing, what size do I think they'll go with. And of course, you have to remember, you see the other hands, whole cards are up, you see some hands, blockers, things that are removed. So it's hard not to be biased, but it's really a nice exercise to really try to hone in on bet sizing. And I see so many familiar faces and invite you guys to do that, and appreciate everyone who's saying hello, tuning in, and being a part of the show. We will be seen now. After that, I think we're going to go into the betting odds. And you know what? I know Jozoff, he's joining us shortly. He's going to be keeping an eye on this. I'm gonna draft 3, and I'll try to maybe I'll just go. I'll let him have the first pick. I'll give him dim off. I will then take. We'll do it that way. I'll give him 3 of the better. We'll do like a fair kind of alternating draft here. I'll let him decide on the bet size he wants to make out of his 100 units. We will have the audience involved again for 2 giveaways today, and then Jozoff and I can do a dinner as the. We'll do it this way. And just to remind everyone, if you are playing from a jurisdiction where GG, you have that, it's for real money. You live in a place that can do that. You are able to go to the client. You can actually wager real money. You can take from your poker account. You can bet a set amount, and you can win actually on these odds to win. So of course the chip leaders priced higher. There is mixed in skill, experience all the way down. But today, I mean, look, Chris Frank at 21.94 to 1. Guys that won a title before. He's got a lot of live experience. He knows how to get going. I mean, I like that. I feel like the long shot, when it's like a player who is takes a double or so and they're right back in the thick of it. I like that bet. I would personally, I'll go with Martin. I'm gonna go with. We'll just go chalk. I'll give Agnan Dimov to Michael. You can choose how much you want to wager on that. I'll take Jeremy. I'm gonna go with him at 4.8 to 1. I'm gonna bet 40 units, so be getting almost 200 on my 40 if he were to hit that. We'll give, what, I'm gonna sneak one here. I gotta take Brazil. I'm gonna let let's see, I'll go filthy triple at 9.261. That's what, Jozoff, when you're a little behind, you missed the pregame today. I know you had some stuff going on, but you're going to get that player. I'll let you choose how much you want to wager of your 100. I'm going to go with Iago, the Brazilian. I got to have the Brazilian, 5.98 to 1, and I'm going to bet 30 on him. So that would be about 180 if he were to take it down. And then I'm going to give, I'm going to give some long shots as well for Jozoff. So he's going to take Enrico, 17.2 to 1. He can decide how much out of the 100 he wants to wager on that. And then I'm going to come back with Martin. I've always respected his game. Got to catch up with him live about a year ago, and I know he, again, is someone that has played the highest stakes in the world. And then I will take my final, 40. No, I took 50. Okay, I took 40 on Jeremy. I took 30 on Iago, and I'll take 30 on Martin at almost 7-1. So looking on my 100 units to get a return. And then for the final player for Michael Jozoff, his third pick, he had Agnon. I gave him Filthy. And I gave him Enrico, and I'll give him, Filthy. Those will be his three, and he can decide how much he wants to risk on that. And again, if you guys are in there, let us know. Drop in your picks, make your predictions, announce it in the chat. We'll sweat along with you. And again, you can do that for real money within the GG Poker client. And I got to say today, the fun part that we've been doing is we've actually recently been watching the table draw. And that's something that since Jozoff has not been on in a while, I want to get his opinion on that and how he approaches that, because when you're the chip leader, it's less strategy, right? It's like, all right, well, I'm going to try to sit to the left of the second stack, or maybe the third if I think he's a really good player. But if you're sort of in the middle early of that decision-making process, there's less of a decision, but there still is some strategy. And I want to make sure I pick Michael's mind on that. I know he will be joining us at the start of the stream. I want to invite to let us know where you're watching from in the world. I am in Miami right now. I will be going to the Bahamas. If you're going to the Bahamas, type of B in the chat. I can't wait. Last year was insane. So much fun. I had a couple deep runs that got cashed 4 out of 5 events. I played the 25K, cashed that. We saw Sabu win it. He took down the 25K for 2.7. How much is it going to be this? It's a $50 million guaranteed 25K. There are packages running online. I know last week there was 50 given away, 30K packages where you get 14 nights at the Atlantis, 5-star unbelievable resort, great for families as well. And I know that I will be there for the majority of that. Going to play in that 26K, going to play in the 10K PLO if I'm out of the 26K, and then I think a few other events there. And there are some wide range of buy-ins, including the Triton, where they have the 500K Invitational. Going to be so much action, so much exciting stuff happening there. I just can't wait to be there. In a short trip from Miami, and if you're going to make it there is a bunch of, again, ways you can win packages online, and invite you to do that. I'm going to try to get some more info about these coming weekends, what the guarantees are. I know there was, again, a 50 seat 30K 2,500, I believe it was a $1,500 or $2,500 satellites. I think it might have been 1,500, where you could win one of these 30K packages. So again, hope you are down there. We had so much fun last year. We'll be going again, and we will be trying the main event, which is now the 50 mil 26K. I gotta say, guys, girls, we are in for a big one. We're playing to a winner. No deal making on GGMillion. It's just straight to the winner. I love that about it. It's over 300,000 at first. We got all the stuff. We got ICM. We got big names. We got new names. We got people that are aggressive, people that are tighter. And that is why poker, even though you want to hear about this, the game's solved, or this is going on, that's going on. Listen, I'll tell you what, every day it's a new opportunity. It's a puzzle. My man Elliot Rowe will tell you, every hand's a puzzle. You got 70 blinds. Well, now you got 30. You got chip leader on your left. Oh, now he's short. And things change all the time. And again, who's going for it? Who wants that glory? Who wants the title? Who wants to stamp their name in history as a GGMillion champion, the Champions League of poker? It's not even close. The biggest, the brightest stars. And we got, again, Michael Jozoff is going to come on right after the break. We will be, again, playing to a winner. And I hope that if you guys have questions, ask along. I got it up on the side. I'm checking out your stuff, and I appreciate all those of you who are engaged, locked in the new pregame. We've been doing it for a while. We showcase the players. We go through it. We talk about them, and we look at some of the hands, which again has been very, very refreshing to see some of these guys and how they got their stacks. Or very cool hands today. Already have a little more insight on some of the players. I am going to be taking a very short break. Michael Jozoff will be joining us, and we will do the seat selection when we return. You get to see the players. They get to pick in real time, where it goes in, and they literally will jockey and have I believe like 7 seconds, 10 seconds to select their seat. And then in order of their stack, that's what you're going to see when we come back on the screen. It's going to be moving around and players' seats hopping. And that's a fun sweat, and definitely a strategy part of the tournament to sit where you are. And again, the chip leader gets to go last. So let's see that. We'll take a short break. Michael Jozoff will join us. We'll see you in 5.
In case you haven't noticed, we're into breaking records at the World Series of Poker. Bigger and better is just how we roll. We did it this summer, as you saw, with the main event. Speaking of the main event, the WSOP just had a super idea for this year's WSOP Paradise in the Bahamas. For the first time ever, WSOP will host the super main event, a $25,000 buy-in with the biggest guarantee in the history of poker. Wait, is that number right? 50 million? What? 50 million? You guys are nuts, for real. Huge prize pools, massive water slides, fun for the whole family, and the chance to hunt bracelets with the beautiful backdrop of the Bahamas beaches just a few sandy footsteps away from the poker room. 15 bracelets will be on the line with buy-ins ranging from $2,500 up to $1 million. Yes, you heard that right, a $1 million buy-in. The WSOP has partnered with the Triton Millions to bring the largest poker tournament in WSOP history back home. So what are you waiting for? Come make history with us again at WSOP Paradise.
There he is, Michael Jozoff in the building. Mike, thank you to have you again on the show many times here now. I'm running out of, I don't know, we got to give you like some stars or something. You've been on a lot of times. I appreciate you being here, and you can see the resume, very impressive. Plays the highest stakes in the world. Thanks for being here today, Mike. How are you?
Doing great, yeah. Super happy to be here. I think this is my 5th time and maybe my 6th, but I lost count myself. So yeah, it should be a fun one. I always enjoy it, so happy to be here.
Yeah, appreciate it. I really do. And you know, I think this is one where some of these guys, a bit of a new mix of guys. I'm curious on that when you do sit down and play on these online, because you participate a lot in these. Do you find it sometimes more difficult when you see names you don't know, or would you say it's would you rather see an unknown that seems pretty good, or play with people that you know are good if you know them? Like, what do you think's tougher?
I mean, I think some of the guys who you play with a lot are really, really, really good. So obviously, you have to put some respect on their name. But I at the same time, even against the really top players, you kind of have felt out a little bit. It creates that metagame, right? Where, you've played so much, you kind of know what to expect from them, but then they know what to expect from you. And there's a little bit of, some adjustments to take place. When you're playing against an unknown, you're kind of going in completely dark. So it's, it's definitely interesting. I think you have to be a lot more, I guess, theoretical and just sort of play closer to baseline, not play too, exploitatively until you have something that you can, try to exploit based off of, right? So, yeah.
Makes perfect sense. Well, let's dive in. I know this is something you're familiar with. Let's see the seat selections. It's fun now. We get to see that each week where the players actually do select their seats. And I think we're going to run through the prize pool one more time, just give you a little update. If you missed the pregame show, that's something we're doing 30 minutes earlier every week. And of course, daylight savings has just happened, so the show time has changed a bit, but there it is with the 9th place getting 46,750, 327, 250 to first. You can see the stack distribution today. 90 big blinds is for the chip leader, as 9 out of 161 remain, and then the short stack down to 12 big blinds. So there is 13 blinds for Chris Frank, 91 for Ognan Dimov, and these are guys, again, I'm sure you've played with some live and online in this particular batch. We're going to talk about that throughout, as we will get to see now the seats on who gets to choose. Again, the chip leader gets the last selection, definitely an advantage. And I'm curious if, when you look at this, how you approach that, because you've done this many times. And tell me if anything stands out. And is it generally the start? There's really not much to decide. You're in 9th. You just pick a seat. Is there any strategy here? Because you can't really tell how it goes. Or is there a little bit where you might say, well, I want to move? Like, what can you do in 9th? Or is it just like really doesn't make sense?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest. There might be a little bit. I mean, like, technically, I'm sure that something is slightly better than something else.
Right.
I think so. The way I generally approach it is, if I'm one of the first guys to pick, you're not really going to be able to decide which guys you have position on. But what you are maybe going to be able to decide is make it a little bit less likely that you take the big blind, a little bit more likely that you're in later position, which you can't really fully control because, obviously the entire table still has to pick after you. But maybe it's like you try to find a seat that you think most people are not likely to switch to. That's a decent seat, and you switch to that one. But it's sort of guesswork. So
makes sense. I see some Italians in the chat, maybe rooting on our guy here, who you have definitely played with, Enrico Camosi, who is a creative player and has a pretty impressive live resume. As we are seeing some Italians in there, as we are getting the brunt now, where the bigger stacks are choosing their seats. And here's Iago, who is going to go ahead and switch over and gets position on a dangerous Martin Finger, who is in 4th place, sort of just going to the left of the best chance, the stack he can do. And now, again, Jeremy with a decision, as he is in 2nd, knowing that Ognan is going to kind of try to get where he wants on the position wise. He does go ahead and just moving. So interesting, though, he does go. So Ognan elects to go to the left of Martin Finger, which is interesting, right? Maybe giving him some more respect. He has a big stack still. He's not in direct 2nd, but maybe thinks it doesn't make enough difference where he wants to be right there. So are you surprised by that, or do you think that makes sense with given the dynamic in Martin's experience?
No, I mean, I'm not surprised. So for Ognian, like, it doesn't really strike me. So the other bigger stacks, there's a 2.7 million stack on the button, 2.8 million stack, to his right. So, I mean, there's not really a super obvious place that I would go if I was Ognian here. Because, even if you try to get on somebody's left, then somebody else is on your left. So because everyone's pretty spread out. So well, I'll hold that thought because right away we're gonna have
Yeah, maybe not the best seed selection. He just got cold deck, tens to aces. Let's see how that pans out with the queen deuce four, two hearts. No player with the heart. Gonna need a 10 or a 10 only on the river, or we will see an instant shift from the short stack. I mentioned this at the start with the odds, right? Chris Frank, someone who was like 21 something to 1 odds to win, one double. Here he goes. He's almost 30 big blinds, right? He's got the double from 13 plus the blinds and the ante. So here he goes. He's got 1.1. Agnan with an immediate chink in the armor goes from massive chip leader to giving a bit back, still in first, but very tight with second and third. So that's a big shift in the makeup of this final table right away. You know, to lose the short stack versus a double. And I'm with your experience, your final tables. It's funny how that works, right? Sometimes 9th, 8th, 7th go out quick. The short stacks are out. Chips consolidate to the leader, or it gets spread amongst. And that's what's so cool about final tables. There's so many different shakeouts, breakouts, and ways that things play. But here we go. We see a consolidation and a very tough player getting chips. So not a great start for the chip leader. And again, not much he could do there. Opens tens and calls off 13 blinds. Pretty standard stuff. And here we see ace deuce, though. Ace deuce suited, going to go ahead and put pressure on the button open of queen 9 suited there. And surprise there, pretty standard as well.
Well, a lot of the time from the big blind, depending on who you're seeing open, you want to actually just defend a lot of the suited ace-x from the big blind. Ace deuce specifically is a little bit more inclined to shove than one like ace 5 in general. In that particular spot, shoving seems fine to me. If the solver won't go for a shove, I know for a fact it'll be super close and the EV loss will be like pretty minuscule. So that's just one where I think you can make an argument to shove, to defend. Like certainly from the small blind, you would shove a hand like ace 5 suited, but a lot of times my point is from the big blind, those hands actually become a little bit too good to sort of shove as a quote unquote bluff. So you start drawing from like weaker suited king X and offsuit ace X and stuff. But it just depends on how wide the first, the guy is opening and whatever. So ultimately that one seems fine.
Very interesting. Again, little nuances in the game. And if you're at home watching, listening, thinking, this is the things you should think about and start wondering, would you do this? And if you think it's something different, then you would do it. It's good to start asking questions, talking to your peer group and looking at various different methods to improve. So here we go. Blind on blind, one of the most common situations in poker. And again, we see probably the two most experienced players here battling at the table, right? Martin, been around over 8 million in live earnings, has won an EPT, won a World Series bracelet. Agnan Dimov, again, the chip leader to start and has 3 GGMillion titles. That is more than the rest of the table combined. 2 other players with 1, 6 with 0 titles, as Martin is actually one of those with a title. So again, very, 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 very experienced players, and also probably some of the most understanding of each other's game, as we see ace 9 and 8-6 doesn't really take a swing at this at all so far with the 8-6 off. And Martin with the ace 9, but doesn't have a pair, realizing it's probably close to 50-50 if he's good here. Maybe he would have heard from a pair, but does decide to bluff. Nice. Stud had the best hand, avoids getting bluffed, has a spade. Guess thinks he also has more ace queen, right? Stuff where he would limp and just decides that he doesn't want to take a chance like a 4 or 5x there, gets to showdown and beat him. So he does go for it, and nice pot there, as we are still 9-handed. And Iago, cool name. I don't think I've ever met anyone named Iago, and he is going to go ahead and open up the Jack 9 suited. Yeah, these are always interesting, right? To raise or not, pretty deep. Ace queen off, just a lot of hand, but tricky to play sometimes. Also, players behind, does go for a flat. How are you deciding the 3-bet or flat there? What's most out of all the factors? What are you looking at most?
So okay, I think the first thing you want to look at in terms is if you 3-bet, obviously you pretty much need to have a clear plan in that spot, right? Is it a 3-bet call or 3-bet fold? Obviously, in this spot, you're not remotely close to being able to 3-bet call ace queen off. So it would either become, are you okay using that one as a 3-bet bluff? Usually, when you're going to use ace queen off as a 3-bet bluff, it's going to be against sort of tighter opening ranges from earlier positions, just because their range is condensed, so you have to reach higher up in your range so that the bluffs are even a little bit stronger, have a little bit better blocker quality, blocker effects. In that particular spot, I think it's probably fine to 3-bet bluff sometimes with this one, but calling I think is most standard here because Iago is going to be opening. I don't want to say a wide range. Obviously, Ognian is in the small blind and whatever, but he's going to be he's not going to be overly tight. And Ace Queen off could, I think, 3-bet bluff there, or it could not. And I think either way is fine.
Yeah,
I'd probably call mostly. Yeah.
Ace Queen is one of the trickier hands to play. It just feels like it's either too tight or too loose. You definitely don't want to get 4-bet, open it up and get bluffed with it. There seems like a lot of nice to in this spot. I would also lean towards flatting, but it's close, and there we go. He makes the nuts on the river. That's nice, as Jack 9 suited did have top pair, no longer has top pair or the best hands. And sizing, unblocking, yeah, all the pairs, right? Maybe just decides this is good. You could get a hand like Ace King or King Queen or some other hands that just have a really hard time folding. It does go a little bit bigger.
Good fold.
Yeah, Iago opening Jack 9 suited. Nothing too surprising there. I guess is early position. I mean, I just think definitely with his stack and going to be opening there again. A lot of players that are very capable, willing, and have a lot of chips too. So pretty wide open today. And now no one critically short, as we saw our shortest stack double right away. Who this time he gets the 10s. And tell me about opening when you're Ognon here, Jack Deuce suited. I think you'd see a lot of chip leaders elect to open, or is that just Jack Deuce suited just a little too like probably the bottom of the fold range there?
I mean, it's definitely close. I mean, I would open for sure any suited king, queen. I probably would have opened Jack Deuce suited there. The only thing though is that the big blind here is pretty close to you in chips, so the stack multiple between the button and the big blind, you barely cover him, right? So for that reason, I think it's not a spot where you get to go totally nuts here. We're going to see the limp jam with 10s here from Chris. But yeah, I think so for example, if Jeremy had, let's say, 500 or 700K fewer chips, I think Ognian opens there for sure.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's just such a fine line, the nuances again, and just funny about timing, and again, not the end of the world, right? To open, get 3-bet or get off of it, but he just little spots people play differently and find different ranges and reasons. But here we go, Queens King Jack suited and filthy triple, nice looking hand. One of the hands, kind of nice bluffing, aggressive play, good playability. But again, one of the implied odds here, just not the short stack. He is going to 3-bet attack. A lot of players behind also do run the risk that this player just has a hand. Again, probably part of his image here getting to help with that. Maybe a player who's a little more willing to open lighter off this stack size. Enrico, maybe, I don't know, tell me if that's true. Do you think his game and he's just a little more wide, or is this just also just King Jack suited? You gotta, one of those.
I think it's not. I don't think this is an exploit, I guess. This is, it's awkward to play a lot of flats here. So King Jack suited, I think a lot of, I guess, let's say less studied players would just go for a call there because it's, it plays well. You don't really want to 3-bet and fold and whatever. But in that spot, you're not really that incentivized to play a whole lot of flats. You're pretty early positions, and there's, 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it 4 or 5 people behind you? Forget exactly which positions they were. But so, yeah, I mean, it's, I don't think it's an exploit against Enrico being too aggressive. I mean, he's definitely a very aggressive player, but I don't think that's the reason.
Yeah, I want to invite everyone to look on the sides. There is the stats, the HUD, the smart HUD that does pop out and show you sort of lifetime stats on players, which is cool to give a view. It's interesting, though. I feel like he's aggressive, too, but his stats didn't seem that aggressive, although I do feel like he's a very creative and ambitious player. But maybe, again, that's
Did you say lifetime stats or from this tournament?
I'm almost sure it shows you their stats for their history over GG. I'm going to get clarification on that, but I believe that is the case. Is that you think it might just be for this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have trouble believing that it would be for all of their GG tournaments. I think maybe it could be like all of their GGMillion's FT appearances or something like that. Like that would be more reasonable to me.
I should know. I'm just now confusing myself because I know I've covered this and talked about it and thought about it, and I'm now not. I'm just trying to think even what logically makes sense, right? Yeah, would they be able to just take their stats like across the history? That does seem a little
That seems
wild,
kind of
but
insane. Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm not trying to press you on it. Obviously, I'm just genuinely
No,
curious, like you
it's
are.
good.
'Cause,
I
yeah.
actually thought I knew for sure, and now I'm like, actually, I'm not sure. And if, yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely relevant, but it's we're gonna find out. I'm gonna ask that just to get clarification.
Yeah, my guess would be it's probably like, you can see their VPIP from all their GGMillions appearances and stuff like that, and maybe they just aggregate those or something.
I would say I would be hard pressed to believe it's strictly GGMillion. I would say it's either this tournament or all, and I actually would bet all, and I'm not sure now. You got me guessing, and we're gonna get an answer. But I don't think they would be able to take it just from GGMillions. Although that would be cool. That would make sense. That would be fun to see that. But I don't think that's the case as we see Jacks, King Jack off here, short stack, just complete whiff. And it is for, I believe, getting word that is for day one of the event, this tournament. So it is from this tournament specifically.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Because if we're just looking at the VPIP on the screen, like next to the players' names, that's what it refers to. It refers to all of the hands from this tournament. So yeah, Enrico being at an 18 VPIP there. I didn't know. Were we just talking about the VPIP on the screen the whole time?
We were, yeah. So it oftentimes they will fan out on the right and left of the screen there. That when a player's in a hand, they'll show you the stats. They're like pre-flop raising and stuff.
Yeah.
It does pop out there. So
Gotcha.
it's for day one of this event. So it doesn't incorporate, I guess, today. It takes the up to the final table. So day one. All right, I do have a tweet, guys. We are going to give a $50 and $100 later in the show. Must be subscribed, must hit the thumbs up, and I am going to give up to $100 for however many retweets there are. It is, you got to guess the winner for today and retweet. I'm going to put that tweet there. That is on my Jeff Gross Poker Twitter, so that's in there up to. Oh, it's weird. It's not letting me. Trying to do this. Trying to get the copy link. Are you're on Instagram? I tagged you on there.
Yeah.
Michael Jozoff, who is again a great follow, great ad on social. Then what about what other platforms do you use besides?
Yeah, basically just Instagram and X now. I mean, those are pretty much it. So at Michael Jozoff on Instagram, and I think it's at Mike Jozoff on Twitter or X.
All right, that's up to 100. If we get 100 retweets, it'll be $100. Anything less, I'll give at least 50. But that is there. 3 giveaways today. We are playing to a winner. Someone asked again, is there deal making? I get asked that a lot. There is no deal making in GGMillion. What are your thoughts on that? You play here, you've gotten some really good results. Do you like to have the option to deal, or do you think that's cool that GGMillion just says, hey, this is actually, we're just playing for keeps here?
I don't know. I think it kind of goes both ways. Like I personally, so if I'm multi-table, I deal a lot when I'm playing online, especially because if I'm playing like 6 or 8 table, like if I'm playing 8 tables, playing a heads up match is like there's hands all the time. You have to be really locked in. So if you're playing heads up with like 7 other tables, and all of them are pretty high stakes, like to me, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to try to play this heads up match because you're just taking away so much focus and you're probably going to make mistakes you wouldn't otherwise make on the other tables. So for that reason, I personally like to deal, but I do think at the same time, it's kind of cool when you have like the marquee event, which is what GGMillions is, GG. It's kind of cool to like have them play it out, and I don't have a problem with that at all. Because also when people are playing, I mean, not everybody, but for the most part, when people are playing their GGMillions FT, they're not playing more than a couple tables, or they're only playing this table. There's some guys who are crazy who, have the GG FT on Tuesday, and there's whatever 300 and something thousand up top, and then they just fire up the normal 8 tables, and they're in the 525 bounty hunter, and it's
yeah.
But yeah, I think it's cool to have them play it out on this one.
Very, very, very valid. And I think that that's one thing, again, GG sort of separates itself, known a little bit of the Champions League of Poker. I've told you a bit, going to share more coming up. There will be a very, very, very interesting, let's call adjustments, changes to GGMillion. Again, get the audience more involved. Going to have a little more, how would you say, a little more clarity and something to aim and shoot at with some seasons and such. We'll talk more about that coming up. And we are going to see, again, you in the Bahamas. Hopefully everyone here gets a chance to go or have a piece of someone that goes. There's going to be a lot of opportunity. And what do you think about this 26K, this $50 million?
Oh my God.
Guaranteed. I mean,
yeah,
are they going to get it? You vote? Yeah. You think they'll hit the guarantee?
They always find a way, man. GG always finds a way. I don't know. I think they'll probably hit it. How exactly will they hit it? I don't know, but they'll probably hit it. But either way, it's going to be incredible. It's 26K, 50 mil guarantee is absurd. Yeah, I'm super excited for that one, and I'm excited for the how Triton is integrated into this stop as well. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be in the 500K just because it's really hard to find an invite, a VIP, and a deal that sort of works. But the 100K main, is it 100K or 125K? I'm not sure. The Triton
125 generally, but actually this one I was looking at, I forget if it's 125 or 100.
Either way,
25.
Yeah, I'll be in there for that one, and I'll be in there for the 26K, and it'll be fun. So.
That's awesome. That's big stuff. Yeah, 500K, nothing to sneeze at either. That's a big ticket getting in. Yeah, finding that's you're how old are you again? You're sub 30?
25. I just turned 25 a couple months ago.
Pretty good trajectory. You're on your way playing. Yeah. You'll be in those £1 million ones in no time. That's you're definitely ahead of the curve. It's exciting. Poker's in a cool place. You play some PLO or you're 90 mainly no limit?
98% no limit. I dabbled a little bit with PLO this summer. I played the 10K PLO at WSOP this summer. Took an insane beat, by the way, for PLO. It was kind of hilarious. But anyway, like I got it in.
It's not, because that could be the difference. You win that bracelet, you're just a PLO guy all of a sudden. Right?
That's true. But it was like 2 hours into the tournament. It was on day one. Like it was not in a big spot or anything. It was just hilarious because I just got it in with like I got it on the turn with like 94% and 95% PLO or something, and it's just like,
yeah,
I didn't even know you could get it in that far ahead in PLO.
It's
like
hard.
It's hard to do, like whatever. But I'm not. Yeah, this isn't a sob story. I just thought it was funny. I was laughing for like 5 minutes, and that hand was against the guy who won the bracelet the previous year, AP Luis Garza, if you know him, Jeff.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yes, I've studied a little bit of PLO. I played one of the PLO 5Ks at the Poker Go thing. I got like 6th or 7th in that. So yeah, no, I mean, for the most part, I'm not going to be playing any of this like super big stuff, big PLO stuff in the Bahamas. I have no idea what I'm doing, to be honest. So just kind of mess around and.
Yeah, it's fun though. It is a fun game, and again, like I just like when people talk about what's going on in poker, it's going to slow down. Like it's not people. It might be PLO or mystery bounty 5-card like stuff. People love to gamble and have a good time and do something that's got skill, luck, and I think poker really is it's inevitable. It's like there's 5-card draw, 7-card stud, these different games, hold'em, 3-card pineapple, 4-card, Omaha, high-low, big O. Like there's people are gonna fire. People are gonna gamble while they're young, and we're gonna get to see the best do it, and who gets figured out. And so much luck and skill. It's just like the perfect thing. Here we go. Ace 9, Ace 8, 2 spades. Nice spot here. Ace 9 suited, best hand, best draw, best position. And Chris Frank is again off to a fairly good start here. Just things kind of working for him as he goes to a turn now that is, again, no player. Both players pretty satisfied, I think, with their hand, and both think that don't need a lot of betting here. Ace 9 suited though does have a nut flush draw, and we'll go ahead and bet. And Agnan just going to release that Ace 8.
Yeah, those are always interesting when you have a hand that has quite a bit of showdown value. Like Ace 9 has quite a bit of showdown value there, blind versus blind. But at the same time, you have such a strong draw that you do want to sort of build the pot a little bit when you do hit. That way, like when you hit your draw on the river, there's not just like a couple big blinds in the middle. So it's always interesting. Like I think, generally the way to play them is you just want to check sometimes and you want to bet sometimes. And this could be a situation here.
And yeah, absolutely could. This is ace king suited versus eights. And we saw this before. He limped tens, got ace three to bite, and then played back. And now, I mean, this is tier one versus sort of not, middling hand, but blind on blind. Eights is a monster. So this is interesting. And their stack sizes are
Yeah.
deeper now. As this is man, if you're Jeremy, this is sort of a nightmare, right? You're like, all right, I'm in like basically I'm actually chip leader at the moment. And do I want to be risking so much chips with a hand such as eights? But he does go to a flop. No ace, king, queen. No one has a spade here. Eights is going to kind of be a little bit uncomfortable at this point. Although you're, it's one of the better flops, I guess, right? Above average, probably for the situation.
So I don't think that Chris isn't going to have a whole lot of 10x here. The way that he's going to interact with this board is if he has something like, an ace four or that's, limp three bet bluff, maybe like a king four or something like that. But overall, he does not have much interactivity on this board. Chris actually should feel pretty good about his hand because I would expect the majority of hands for Jeremy to ISO for value and then call against a limp three bet would be stuff like king queen suited, king jack suited, ace queen off, ace jack, stuff like this. So Chris does really well against pretty much everything in his range except for those pairs, like specifically, I guess, eights, nines, tens, and stuff like that. So that was what did he bet on the river? He got snapped so fast I couldn't see the bet size.
224.
Yeah, that was a value bet on the river. So for exactly the reasons I'm saying.
Well, that was a bit of a hit, although he's going to get aces on the button. No one has anything here except Dennis with the ace six off in the big blind, although we know that's a very famous Sean D WSOP hand, aces to ace six, I believe, off that hurt. That was deep in a main event where he got smoked. But as it stands, this is a very nice spot for Chris Frank, where these are tough. I see players sort of taking more three bet bluffs with these spots a little more than flatting, just because like you kind of find out where you're at. It doesn't play well post flop. You're going to get bluffed a lot. You're going to miss, or you're going to get in a weird spot. But he does elect to call, and as it turns out, may just be a check full. This is a pretty ugly spot. But what happens when your opponent has king nine off here, stuff like that, you're going to get the worst of it and get bluffed. So he does go for a just call. What would you like to see here in this spot with a6 versus the button open in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, versus a button open, you have to VPip it somehow. It seems a little bit too weak to do something like, let's see, how many bigs was that? It was 25. Yeah, so there's never going to be like a jam or anything. So it would just be like, I don't know, a6 off against the button open. I think call's pretty fine because the button range is going to be wider, so you don't need to start turning even like that many ace highs into a bluff. This is where like button, especially when it's a wider open, like button versus big blind, this is where you'll see the big blind sort of start taking some really garbage hands and turning them into three bet bluffs. And it's usually like the ones right below the bottom that you would defend. So let's say you would defend, I don't know, let's just say jack six off, then jack five off would become a three bet bluff. So you would see bluffs from really, really garbage hands there. Maybe 10-6 off, jack five off, queen four off, stuff like that. Because ace high is still pretty decent against a button range, so you don't really need to start bluffing it or anything.
Yeah, I think this 26K is going to hit the guarantee. I mean, I didn't understand how at first, but then I did realize it made sense. They have a lot of flights online, right? They're running, which is
yeah.
But still ambitious. Michael Kim, absolute just legend, just going for it. Bought the WSOP 500 mil, partnered up with GG Official, got that done, and now just coming in with a massive guarantee, massive just massive stuff. I mean, poker it feels in a great place. I don't know. I mean, it's like always it seems like 2 steps forward, a couple steps back, something weird happened, but then it's like Michigan comes on, there's other states happening, Pennsylvania, the liquidity of bracelets online. I think, is it still going soon? There's some WSOP online stuff happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's still going or not. I've seen like on Instagram or whatever, like people are winning bracelets still. So I think it's still going. If it's not, then it like just recently ended. But there's a lot of bracelet stuff. There's a lot of like the Pennsylvania stuff, as you were saying, the Michigan stuff, the Nevada, New Jersey stuff. So yeah, 9-8 suit is a really good open jam here. Nothing really. else to
Big
do.
swing here for everyone. 8-9 suited, ace-7 off. The Brazilian going to pair the 8 now. He's going to have to fade the ace and the ace only. You can see only about 7% chance. The river non-ace, the 8, just in case. ElkY clap over there as we see our first player go down, and the Greg all in emojis. Have to respect it, have to like it. Greg goes all in. Getting the GG glasses out there as we are down to 8. So again, 8-handed tournament, but does play the final table 9-handed. 8 again playing, and ranges change slightly. 9-handed to 8-handed, and here we go. Ace-5 suited from your chip leader. Now chip leader came in the day second and looking for first title for the GGMillion here. Jeremy going to go ahead and open. Ace-5 suited. Ace-Jack actually not one of the hands you want to see, but here's Ace-Jack out of position against the chip leader. We'll just go for a call. 7-7-4 with 2 spades. No one with a backdoor flush draw. Ace-5 suited does wrap the 7-4, so it does have some backdoor straight draws. Also, against the big blind calling range, though, it's a little bit.
Yeah,
it's not a dream start. Not like you're loving this situation. You're hoping for a fold. I guess you'll force folds for sure. Often you're also getting some weird spots. And again, maybe though, how relevant is having a 7? Who has the advantage there? As really the chip leader is going to open pretty wide too, right, with his stack. So he does get to maybe have a few more 7x than normal.
yeah. I mean, they're playing pretty deep, so having a 7 is obviously super important. Typically, when you're the chip leader, you get to c-bet pretty liberally on flops. A lot of boards in chip EV where you sort of mix checking back and big size and blah, blah, blah. A lot of them just turn into range bets for a small size when you're the chip leader, because the idea is you don't get really raised that often because the guy who's covered isn't incentivized to play a bunch of check raises with value or bluffs and just build some huge pot. So 7-7-4. The only thing I was going to say here is that, again, going back to stack multiple, on the flop, Jeremy only covered him by something like 5-4. Like the ratio was like 5-4 in chips. So not a huge, not a situation where you get to just totally punish somebody. And but he still went for the c-bet anyway, and he got floated by Ace-Jack, and it worked out.
Yeah, big size follow up on the turn there. It does turn open ended and put on pressure. You could see Filthy triple didn't love it, right? He kind of felt like, it could be good, likely good here. I got no spades. Maybe he's just, going it, but that's the problem. You're when you're in no man's land guessing, you don't know if you want to improve or not, and you could be facing a massive river bet. He does decide to cut his losses and just realize his stack is important right now. He's got 2.2. He's sort of in the upper middle echelon and sitting good, as we see a already pay jump from 9th to 8th. Everyone guaranteed 59,000. On your lower left of your screen, you can see the payouts, as it, again, will play to a winner, no deal making. You're welcoming everyone in alongside Michael Jozoff. I'm Jeff Gross, and we will have a champion today. As the 9th place player goes out, we are with 3 champions remaining out of the 8. So we could have a repeat, could have a new. Agnan is our only multiple time winner, 3-time winner. Started as chip leader, has had a little adversity, but still with a nice stack. And both players with a ace in the blinds. King 7 suited had a nice amount of equity there. King a 7. I'm sorry, 7 would be no good. Needed a king or a diamond. The 7 would have made 2 pair for Martin. And Filthy has a winner and is going to decide to bet here.
That's crazy. You just snap folded the A7.
Martin showing off his class, just decide. I mean, that is a little crazy, right? I mean, maybe you get to a fold, but to just not think about it.
I think that's insane. Like that was absolutely ridiculous. Like that board got checked down until the river, and he bet less than a third pot on the river, and the big blind snap folded top pair. Like, I wouldn't be sure that he couldn't just have king queen there at that point.
Right, for like a block
for value. Yeah.
Yeah, block like
combo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, good on him. Good on Martin, but that was kind of insane. I almost think he misclicked because he folded so fast. No, I didn't misclick. I haven't my other monitor here. I'm looking back at the replay. I just Crazy stuff.
Well, sevens.
Ognian, yep, with a set here.
Oh, gonna
And
get guilty to bite. The no equity, just absolute massive turn bet. Was a check. Yeah, this is
yeah, it
a
was
problem.
small bet on the flop. He's going for the no equity one that he's going to try to run here on the turn. Gonna let him off the hook here. I guess Ognian's just trying to really attack his top of range stuff. So like he recognizes that, yeah, sometimes he's gonna have the bluffs and the queen jack O and the no equity stuff, and he's sort of saying, okay, that's fine. Like I'm not gonna get that third barrel out of those. I concede that, but I am gonna try to make sure I stack all of his top of range stuff, his ace kings, etc.
Yeah, that's where it really starts coming down to reading your opponent and what they're representing, also what they're capable of, and
exactly
what likely. Yeah, to understand that, and of course, it's funny when you look at it like, oh, like that's obvious to not raise or let him go, and like but he decided that is a very good point. That is how he approaches the spot, and again, there will be times where there's no way out, right? You're not gonna fold. You're gonna have to call that, and then maybe continue with most rivers and pay it off. So yeah, interesting spot here. Martin Finger, two Austrian flags, pretty good. Oh, whoa, snap call, no waiting. Martin Finger not thinking about what could be or whatever. He finds himself in a good spot, and he has got a nice flop. 4, 5, 6, turn 8, chop possibility. 7 would go ahead and put the chips back. Other than that, needs help, and that is not it. As Chris Frank going to go ahead and get his start, which was fast. Aces the 10s, got back in the game. Going to ladder. He was our shortest, 13 blinds, down to 7 as a little Austria crime. Of course, Martin hailing from Germany originally, repping the Austrian flag. He will get the chips his way, and he is now in second with 3.3 million.
We got another situation here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just
never mind.
Casual fold there, just a little release there.
Yeah, it's so I think that's a function of, like, again, Iago is not opening. First of all, I think it's a great fold by Enrico. Iago's not opening a super wide range here. He's under the gun 7. He's opening into 3 guys who have him covered, and he's probably not even opening a hand like 7s himself. I mean, 7s or 8s is going to be the bottom there. So if you're Enrico, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to jam 9s, you're going to 3-bet 9s. It doesn't really make a lot of sense against the range that you're up against. And also you have no blockers to blocking the top part of his range. So it's a pretty standard ICM fold, but I think one that's always nice to see. It's a fold that I think the top guys, of which, in which I will include Enrico as one of those guys, they make that fold consistently. But to a lot of other players who are maybe less studied than some of the top guys are, they look at that and they say, how can you fold 9s? There's such a nit. I mean, I've gotten called a crazy nit before on playing on this stream for making a sort of similar fold. So it's always funny, those, but
I hope not by me. I support cautious play.
I've also been called a psychopath too on the flip side of that. So
well, that's good. You got the full range. That's tough to play against. If you can access those modes, that is tough to. That's a wide range. As we see ace queen again, the hand that is one of those ones in poker. People think it's hard. It's tough, and the reason being it's a strong hand that is sometimes way ahead, sometimes way behind, and you have to make a lot of decisions with that. Similar to jacks, as we see another hand here with some suited potential, as Filthy Triple did get involved with some small blind modest holdings, as the 8-9 suited against under the gun. It is 7-handed, but gonna pass. Ace 10 for Martin, does have the best hand, and certainly will be playing. Yeah, calling seems to make a ton of sense. Pretty smooth flop there. The ace 10 off, has a spade against jack 8 of hearts, no equity at the moment. Would need some running straights or running 2 pairs, and comes out for a larger bet. And these are ones, if you're Martin, right? It's like, all right, cool. I have top pair ace. I'm either way good or way bad, probably. And he does get a call. And now, does Ognon take a no equity bluff, or do you just sometimes? These are the ones where you just feel like, players, they don't often just wave the white flag. But I think in that spot, getting called on that flop is just.
Yeah. So Jack 8 of hearts is a little bit of a wide open to begin with from under the gun 7. Don't think it's bad. There's plenty of reasons to take opens that are a little bit wider than theory. But you could see Ognian with the quick check on the turn and quick check back on the river. He's just done with it after the flop. He went a little bit bigger on the flop too. Maybe trying to get that extra fold equity right away, and just sort of a one and done type stab from Ognian.
Yeah. Queen 4 suited, gonna go ahead and let it go. Filthy triple 9-10 off. Tough button here, right? Into two big stacks who are very competent players, and 9-10 off with his 40 blinds, 41 and change, almost 42. Like it's enticing, but does fold. 6-7 suited comes out raising. Would think Martin's going to be playing more of a limp strategy, but he does go ahead for a bigger bet there. 6-7 suited. Is it just it's one of those nice suited connected hands? Good to have a little mix up, little balance. Some of your non.
I think it's a spot where like every hand or almost every hand is going to mix raising and limping. He does cover him by a decent amount there, so he gets to be pretty aggressive. Probably was raising something like 30 to 40% of his range in that spot, probably like 30, 35. So. Yeah, it's not surprising. I think 7-6 is going to limp sometimes, raise sometimes. And I know it gets kind of annoying to hear, oh, yeah, this is fine. You can limp sometimes, raise sometimes. But, I mean, that is the truth of the matter. All these hands do fine as mixes. And these are pretty good players. So they do actually mix these hands in game. So
there's a suited ace, A2 Ann Arbor, Michigan. Any Wolverine fans out there? That's where I was born and raised. Had a national championship last year. This year, not so good, but as it goes in sports and poker and things, there's waves. Got to ride the heater and kind of withstand the setbacks. This has been an interesting year of sports, NFL, NCAA, a lot going on. What's your main sport? What do you like to do? You sweat anything? Do you watch anything?
Oh, I'm a big sports fan, like super diehard. I was born and raised in New York, so I'm pretty much the New York sports teams, historically pretty sad franchises: Mets, Jets, Rangers. Pretty rough life. I've been alive for 25 years. I've had 75 chances across those three sports to win a title. I'm 0 for 75. So
what?
Yeah.
It's not a real stat, is it? I mean, I'm pretty in tune to sports. I've never heard that. 75. I mean, I guess, yeah, you're taking out the Yankees. You're saying
I'm not a Yankee fan. Mets. Right. I'm not a diehard basketball fan. Like I follow the NBA, but I'm not a Knicks fan. Even if I was, that would just make it 0 for 100. That wouldn't help my cause. But yeah, the Mets
not really have not won 75 though, is it?
No, it is. Like the Mets have. I'm saying 25 years.
Hold that thought. Martin Finger,
okay, hold it.
Misstep, but is going to get a sweat here as a turn needs a 6-jack as a river 16% chance, or we will continue, and that is looking safe. What's that? A 2 across? That's a 5. Almost a 6. Not quite. Few is right. Dennis going to double. Martin going to give back some of those chips. Going to tighten up the leaderboard here, as everyone is always kind of looking for exits, almost always, and our short stack now with 12.5 blinds. Everyone else healthy, but 75, huh? Wow, that is. You're saying title.
So here's what let me clarify. So I've been alive for 25 years. So that means
yeah, season, not like losing in the finals. Got it.
Oh yeah, not losing in the finals. No. I'm saying 75 total seasons for either the Mets, Jets, or Rangers to win a title since I was born, and we're over 75. That's what I'm saying.
That's pretty strong.
So, Mets had a good run this year. Rangers had a good run this past season as well. Conference finals and the NHL and NLCS and the MLB, and Jets are not even close, but.
Yeah, I guess if you look at it like that, because I'm 38 and I grew up Lions, but also the Red Wings and Red Wings and Pistons during, I got some good runs, and to be 0 for with like major franchise, these guys are spending money too. This isn't like you're not in like Milwaukee or
right big market teams. Yeah, now they are though. The Mets just got a new owner, Steve Cohen, a few years ago, and he's like the richest owner in baseball. So now we actually have a chance to spend. Going to see a jam and some folds here, nothing too crazy, but The Lions, Jeff. You want to talk for a quick 30 seconds or a minute about the Lions? I'm a big.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of. I'll tell you right now. I got a lot of money on the Lions to go all the way this year.
Yeah, I've been following. I mean, that last game was crazy. That guy Goff's been out playing lights out. He throws 5 picks. They're looking dead. No one's ever come back. I think from that, and just like the field goals, getting sneak in and whatever. It was yeah. But I mean, I'm a big Lions fan. I love what they're doing now. Last year was crazy. They were like 91 or 2% to get to the Super Bowl in the last game, and they lost one lead. Like that was brutal. Crazy. Yeah, that was brutal. Yeah, so good to see them rebound, but. It's fun, man. Sports are fun. Poker's fun. Again, a lot of action out there now. A lot of different betting and parlays and fun stuff. And again, betting today. Oh, it's something I forgot to. It's not actually so relevant because we have with the dinner wager. I did select the 3 for you on the pregame, but you do have Agnon, you have Filthy Triple and Enrico, who are actually all in still. And you can. It doesn't really matter because either they're gonna win or not, but like in terms of units, if you had 100 units, how would you break that up with those? So the odds you're not going to get in front of you right now, exactly. Because we see a nice King 3. Look at this. This is a guy who plays. He's tough. How do you win titles? How do you win 3 GGMillion? You find the King 3 off and you just put the pressure at the right time in the right place and just gets folds in a nice spot. So all right, so you got 100 units. You can break it up. The odds will have to look at the end what it exactly was, but you kind of get it, right? The chip.
Yeah, I got it.
Like 3.8 or something to 1.
Yeah, I guess now given their stacks, I would go like 50, 30, 20 on Ognian, Filthy Triple, and then Enrico. So that's probably the way I would do that.
All right. Well, 10s here. No one with a face card behind other than Martin Jack 3 off and Jack Deuce. So pretty dusty hands. Not going to get action here as he does take it down. What about paddle? Do you play any? You paddle tennis? Anyone out there?
So I was a big tennis player growing up. But I played pickleball a little bit. I don't think I've ever played paddle or however you want to say it.
Unreal fun. So it's like, it's the greatest game, man. You'll be so addicted to it. I'm sure. So, like, I was taught, and it's so big in poker. I mean, amongst poker players, so many poker players just love that game. I mean, I've had so many of, specifically, like I think it's more of a European thing, maybe. I mean, I know it's making its way here in the States as well, but so many of my European friends have just been like, "Oh yeah, do you want to go play paddle?" Blah blah blah. I think Europeans. Samuel Fuston is was like really good. I think either at pickleball or paddle. I think it's paddle, but yeah. Yeah, I had I think Samuel's with that Nordic states of the region of the world. As we see some action here with King Jack, a little battle, and King Jack suited. Don't think Ognon's going to be going away. The question is, will he 4-bet or flat? He's got a lot of hand here, and Jeremy's stepping in. There was the guy was telling me that there was like 6 courts in Sweden, and he does go for the 4-bet. I'm not that surprised here, as this is going to be good timing and just kind of almost like for sure work. We won't see a flat, and going in for a 5-bet would be pretty heroic. Does put it down. Nice hand. There were 6 courts in 2014 in Sweden, and now there are 3,000. I'm told.
Yeah.
And that and that's indoor, right? So like Miami, they're throwing up stuff ultra indoor, outdoor, spa, restaurant, kids center. Like it's all over. Courts popping up left and right. People playing all the time, and it's definitely growing fast. And it's different than pickleball, which is actually the fastest growing sport in America because the barrier to entry is much higher. It's like $30,000 a court with the glass and the cage and the wall, whereas pickleball, you could even just put lines on a tennis court, right? So it's a little different.
Exactly.
It's growing very fast.
Yeah.
It's a humbling sport, it's like, it's one of those things like it's like poker, you feel good. The skill range is wide. You're, playing great amongst your friends. And then you get into you're like a 4, 3.5, you match up with a 5 and it's like, all right, like nice serve, nice you're kind of in no man's land, but it's a great sport. It's very cool. I think it's getting more popular. I've seen some televised stuff and some cool clips, and I think they are getting like leagues around the world and some prize money going for padel. So it's fun when they run out of the court, like that when they hit the ball and they like see him dive out on the side and get it back in. And
that's pretty crazy.
It is fun. Greggy asking about the $1,500 ticket. That will be later. Keywords: you must be subscribed to the channel and you must hit the thumbs up. That will be the first part of that. Going to be a $1,500. Welcome everyone watching today. on the stream. As again, Michael Jozoff joins us. You can give him a follow on Instagram, most active, he said, Twitter as well. He has, and I do have a tweet which I will put the link one more time now and at the end, and that is for at least $50. But if we get 100 retweets, I will make it $100, and that is, I have a link for you guys. So yeah, welcome in. Appreciate everyone who is here. And you just have to guess who wins and retweet that. And that will be, I'm not putting that in the wording. So if you're here, you'll be privy to that and have a good shot at that. And we are seeing some aggression. King 7 suited takes it up. Dennis just some newfound chips. And Ognon, man, this guy, like I would, in the past, it doesn't stand. I don't remember standing out like he's super aggressive, but he's taking some spots here. King 3 off, ace jack off, 4-betting, taking it to the next level, willing to go for it here. And are you surprised at all, or do you just think this?
I think he's just playing his cards.
Wow.
To be honest. Wow, that's insane.
Woo. That is balls. I mean, the bright lights are on, my friend. That is, I'm so good. You know what? You are allowed to use that emoji. That was a very ambitious, aggressive play and worked out well, and maybe a little history there.
Maybe, yeah. Ace jack off is a pretty reasonable 4-bet bluff for Ognian, so that doesn't seem too out of line at all for me. It can feel more out of line.
He had the king 3 off. He already fired back hard on the king jack art, so you know he's shown.
But all of those are like pretty within reason, though. He hasn't had one where it's like, because again, you know, sometimes you can just be dealt certain cards where you have to be 3-bet bluffing all the time, you know, and there are other times where you're dealt a bunch of cards where you never have a 3-bet bluff. So. Yeah, Dennis definitely went above and beyond there for sure.
Ooh, Iago, the Brazilian. Give a Brazilian ace 4 suited, 2 deeper stacks. I just don't see him not participating in aggressiveness. But again, Iago, someone we don't see as much of, newer to the show, newer on here, 6 minutes on that chess clock, every player with 15 minutes. And some of that we've seen come into play in shows. How much of a deal, I've asked this before, but how much of a factor do you think that is when if you lose your chess clock? I mean, is it a huge deal, a moderate? I mean, it depends maybe if your head's
it can be a pretty big deal if you make it to, yeah, if you're like 3-handed or something like that, and you don't have any time on the chess clock, it can be a pretty big deal. It's a pretty good flop for ace 4 of hearts, Jeff. What do you think?
Well, yeah, consider it's 118-1 to flop a flush, make the nut flush, and you're in position. You 3-bet, although it's maybe too much hand here, and you just against the 10s with no heart, it's gonna be hard to get any action. It's also one of those things where probably got to go small bet checking. You could argue, but it's also looks a little fishy, right? You took the initiative. You're probably going to want to be betting small here, and 2 10s is going to have a pretty easy case to get out of the way. I mean, you start talking about going down the road of, okay, could have ace queen or with 1 heart or something, but no, it's just there's really no path with the 10s on that board. And yeah, unlucky, but then lucky. Could have been worse. Could have flopped the set with the 10s there against the nut flush and some other situations. As it stands, Iago gets aggressive, takes over the second place stack with 3 million now, only behind the very experienced Martin Finger. What's your thoughts on Martin? I mean, have you played with him much? Because he was really active and they sort of taken a break, but even came back, won a GGMillion recently, and he does just pop in and have good success.
Yeah, I don't know. So I haven't played as much with him. I've played with him a bit online for sure. Like it's hard to put a number on how much we've played together. I don't think I've ever played with him live. I could be wrong about that. I don't remember playing with him live. I know that he was kind of, I mean, I don't want to say old school, you know, but whatever. But yeah, I know that a decent, quite a few years ago, he was playing a lot and he took a break. Is that right? You're saying, Jeff, and then he came back, something like that?
Yeah, he took a little hiatus, and then I kind of caught up with him maybe a few years ago at WSOP, and he's sort of been playing a bit again. I know he just did make a final table last year at WSOP, and I think he's just playing less often. I don't see him like traveling the stops everywhere, but he's also like European based, and he won EPTs, one of WSOP. Used to play like the 50Ks, 100Ks a lot when that sort of shot up on the scene, like 2013, 14. And part of that crew, like really good, the tough Germans back when it was like the high stakes was rolling around. He was always in there with like Ole and Fedor and the Tobias and these guys. So yeah, he's in that sort of the elite original high stakes guys.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his biggest live cashes here. It's he's had his biggest are 1.3 million, 1 million, 960, 500, 500. So all pretty big scores, obviously, but this is all between 2011 and 2015. So I guess that's kind of why. I mean, 2011 to 2015, 2011 I was in middle school, and 2015 I was just getting into high school. So kind of makes sense why we don't have as much experience together.
Yeah, exactly. A little different. I can't believe you're 25. I knew you were like, I thought you were late 20s, but either way, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy to think like 20 years ago when I started playing poker and 5 years old. What was the first time you ever saw poker and like got into it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think so. My parents taught me 5 card draw. That was the first poker game I ever learned, was 5 card draw. I would play with like my mom and dad for fake money when I was like 8 years old. And then I played a little bit with my friends in high school playing Hold'em. I learned Hold'em at some point, when I was like 13, 14 or something like that. But then when I really got into it was my freshman year of college at USC. I was playing with my friends every night, like literally every night for hours, just playing like 25, 50 cent cash games with, Hold'em and stuff. And then started playing online from there because I got super into it, started studying a little bit, and the rest is history, as they say.
Yeah, that's awesome. At US Southern California, correct?
Yeah.
Nice. That's where I went to the other USC, Southern South Carolina. That's where I went. So that's that. I started playing in high school, but a lot of poker there too. Some OGs in the online. There was like Carter King won that million. That was like a big at the time, one of the biggest online ever. I was on his couch when he won.
Mhm.
There's some other USC Phildo, some other guys. Like this is like way back, but that was like the early days of online poker. It really was fun to be in college and play these online tournaments and just
Yeah.
watch on the Saturday, Sunday football and play and hang out and yeah, different times, man. Now I got no, you no kids for you, right? You're not married.
No.
You're
Yeah.
not that that's impossible, but yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be traveling, playing tournaments, and do that. So get it, enjoy it. And we are again gonna play to a winner. I see a lot of interesting and new people in the chat too, and we do see a lot of Brazilian. I tell you, they travel well, man. Have you played in Brazil? You gone to BSOP or KSOP or?
I've heard about. I've never been to Brazil. I do want to go at some point. This one is tough scheduling wise because I was going to do Thanksgiving in Florida. I think BSOP interferes with Thanksgiving if I'm not mistaken or something. My mom lives in Florida, so I was just going to go down there and do Thanksgiving with her. And then there's that series at the Hard Rock that is right during that, so that works out perfectly. And then right after that, we have to go to Bahamas anyway, which is obviously the easiest way to get there is from Florida. So it kind of, from scheduling perspective, worked out perfectly to do that. But I definitely want to make it to Brazil at some point, for poker or just otherwise, because from what I understand, I got a lot of friends in Brazil, and seems like a great country. So
Absolutely. Well, Jeremy is making me nervous that he's thinking this long because he's got not a calling in. He's maybe thinking of bluffing it, but he does think better. Ace four, the nut, second, third nut, right? There's straight flushes, but does have the nut ace and does get the pot as we see. Everyone guaranteed 76,000 now, 7 left there. A little flash at what's available to play for. Lower left is the payouts, and then the upper left, you can see in how many hands the blinds go up, which is every 20 hands, as we are still 7-handed and a lot of the powerhouses still in today. We have lost a few players. Chris Frank almost got it going, didn't quite get it into next gear. He did double aces to tens early, then got knocked out, as we are again still 7-handed. Martin Finger 4-7 off. Definitely one he could throw up, put a little pressure on. Filthy triple. He does go for it. One of the worst hands, and puts that into his isolate on the, or his re-raise on the limp from Filthy Triple. Are you surprised, or just that's like pretty good candidate? 4-7 off, try to take it down.
Yeah, you just ISO some garbage hands sometimes. Like that's just, I mean, I'm sure, we've seen this a bunch, right? Just taking those pure zero equity. I don't want to say zero equity because it's obviously not blind versus blind, but the stone bottom of range, and you just ISO it at some frequency, and that's that. And the ace lows tend to be really aggressive when they get ISO'd against after they limp. So
Ace queen button, talked about it. Ognon took the king 3 off and took it upstairs. He's been super active. This would be, I think, just from a tempo standpoint, would be shocked. This guy's up there on hero status, and this one's not going to work. But like, you know, it's like they he just keeps going for it, and it's just like at some point, you know, he's like, man, if I actually got a hand, it'd be nice. He's gonna get those 500K buried away. Filthy triple, nice timing with the ace queen, strong hand. Happy to see the fold though. Good pickup there as Ognon. Ognon really just seems to be going for it. I mean, taking any which way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you know, even the ones that are sort of reasonable candidates, you know, it's sort of like you have to really balance your frequencies with that to be doing it the right amount of the time. So maybe it's like you'd only be doing queen 3 off 10-15% of the time, but at some point you're like, hey, this guy's random number generator is broken or something.
Yeah.
So
yep, and I'll tell you what, Dennis might get broken because he's been aggressive. We saw him king 7 suited go YOLO, so this definitely qualifies 7-handed. Oh, first that's a short stack. Never mind. I thought this was not even deeper. I mean, he's thinking about it, and I'm pretty sure he'll be putting it in.
I think it's a fold.
I think he will put it in. I'm not saying
Okay.
I agree with the call, but also like he's shown the willingness with some out there hands to risk it all. So I just think against the short stack here, I think he'll talk himself in. And it's not like this would be like the most crazy call off either. It's like
No, it would be insane.
It's not a great spot, but
yeah, I mean, this is definitely the borderline one. Obviously, ace jack off's like a snap fold. Ace queen off, I think, is still a fold. You know, just because you have to be aware that, you know, you're opening a pretty tight range, and he knows you're opening a pretty tight range, and he's jamming against that range, you know? So you're going to see ace king off a lot here. Yeah, it's a good fold.
nice fold. Yeah, I was a little surprised that he did, not saying I think it was close, and just based on, again, different to call off than shove, but the king 7 suited really showed us some heart on that one as aces have been handed out. There was a final table maybe 3-4 weeks ago. I believe there was 9 to 10 times aces passed out, 4 times to one player at the final table. It was insane. And this is a filthy triple going for a little bit of a suboptimal timing here, and this could go really well. Is there a flat in order, or is that just off the stack depths unlikely to flat? It is just a little touch up, just a little.
I think you're more likely to see a really small click here than a flat. You're not going to play too many flats at all off the stack depth at a final table. I think we might see a really polar click where aces obviously is the value combo, maybe some ace king suited, and the bluff combos are just going to be like, yeah, so there's the click. The bluff combos are just going to be basically ace garbage hands, something with an ace in it.
Yeah, it's fun mix up here. As we know, these players seem to know each other as well, that they are all getting, I would put it on the more aggressive side of the norm, although we have, again, see that often GGMillions, a lot of top players, people going for the title, going for the win, getting creative, pushing it. As you said, a lot of these aren't even unreasonable, just sort of the hand distributions are warranted, but I would say there was a few that have stood out that are not normal or not mandatory by any means, and we've seen,
I think, yeah, I think the most interesting from a game flow perspective is how Ognian, like after he was just hammering those 3-bet bluffs and 4-bet bluffs and everything, you know, he gets dealt the queen 3 off after he's, you know, he's just been so aggressive in that node, and he just does it again. Like, you know, normally when you've been caught, you know, a couple times or something, like going back to more of the old school sort of metagame thing, you've been caught with your hand in the cookie jar, you know, you've been really aggressive, and sometimes you take you're like, all right, this is where I want to show up with it here. But Ognian was like, nope, I'm just going to keep hammering away.
Yeah, pretty nice group we got here. Fun final table. If anyone stands out, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. I know we've seen against some Brazilians. I can tell that is very likely they're here for the Brazilian. And again, one of the better rails, better unity. It's one of those things where you just see people that I feel like when I've watched Brazilian final tables over my history at the World Series of Poker, a lot of times there's so many people there. It's almost like Brazilians in the area show up, whether they know the person personally or they're even like in poker. It's almost like there's like people come to support, which is cool. And just that genuine, goodwill and wanting them to do well, and costumes and samba, the whole nine. So a lot of great stuff going on in poker in Brazil. And again, if you haven't been, highly recommend it, and a lot more options nowadays for those series. KSOP, got to give a shout out to Felipe in particular, and of course the BSOP, this huge stuff they have going to. I've been 3 times to that, and it's fun. All those things are fun. And today we got Italy in the building. And he is now opening the King Jack. We got a couple Mex. We had a pretty international group as usual. Almost always Austrian Brazil stat. I would love to see that lifetime GGMillion stat, like total Austrian flags, total Brazilian flags.
Yeah,
and it would be an interesting stat. Maybe we can ask them to dig up, archives of that. Get some stats on that all time. I don't think I've ever not seen a Brazilian or an Austrian at the final table. Literally, that's like impossible. That would be just unheard of. There was like maybe a couple weeks where I didn't see a Brazilian, but almost every time there's at least one.
Yeah.
8-10. Got some board action here. Martin got the gutter, the jungle man school of thought. Bet your gutter is going to go ahead and lead out here, and knowing that he's going to have more sixes. Going to have some other stuff here. And Dennis actually pretty ambitious to hold on here. Again, he's sort of just not fun when you're guessing, hoping to be ahead. He does make the call. He does have the best hand now. And if he thought he had the best hand on the turn, this isn't going to change much, right? The 7-10, 7-8, 8-10, 7-5, all missing. There was no flush draw. And Dennis has been showing us his willingness to battle. And Martin here, does he continue? He gets called on the turn. He's going to wave the white flag. And I think this will be interesting if Dennis just, kind of quickly checks back like, hey, I think I had the best hand. And probably concerning when he sees the check, feeling it's more likely he doesn't have the best hand. His opponent would be bluffing. He probably would have preferred almost to see a bet. And now thinking, do I need to bluff or just show it down? And he does decide, he does feel he needs to bluff. And interesting. Nice play either way. Good play by Dennis.
Yeah, I think Dennis is thinking there after he goes with a pretty light float on the turn. He reaches the river. That queen interacts with him pretty well. He's got some, maybe some ace queens, king queen, stuff like that are going to connect. And if you're not bluffing king jack there, I mean, that's pretty much the stone bottom of your range. So try to get him off of 5s or something like that. So I like the play. I mean, the turn float, I think he's probably just thinking it's over bluffed when they probe turn like that. Dennis is typing in chat.
Dennis has got things going on. He's got the Nick Petrangelo thumbs down thing blocking his picture there. He looks like he's having fun. He's going for it. He is going for it. I love the emojis, love the gifts, and there's been a lot of how does it work again? Because it's been a while. I've been not out of the country. I haven't played online in GG in a bit with the gifts. Can you upload some of your own, or is there like a set library? I assume it's not just.
It's a set library. It's a set library, but the library is pretty huge, and the library is also I mean, I think it's not that GG curated the library. It's like the same library of gifts that like you can use on like WhatsApp or something. So there's some pretty out of line stuff in there that you can get to with the FT or whatever.
Well, I'll tell you what, aces again.
Oh yeah.
Is getting a nice spot here. Enrico Camasi with aces to ace king off, pretty much the dream spot, as he is thinking about, what? Well, there's no longer the Mirage. That did get taken down. Vegas and the Mirage. He's thinking about a nice 3 million stack coming his way. 3 million chips would put him into potentially chip lead just about, right? He's got 1.6. Yeah. Chip lead pot up for grabs here. And this is a nightmare. You get 7-handed, you get ace king, and you get put against the one hand you just don't want. And that's it's going to get snapped off. This is a 3.3 million chip lead pot, cards on their back, massive favor, Thumbs up initiated. 789 needs runners. Will there be? Oh, that is a welcome card. That's chop. Yep. Very big card there. Very possible. And the king, just a super tease. You get the 6 open-ended. You think there's a chance for a miracle, and then you get the king, which is going to be good in many situations, many arenas. The queens, or some other hand jacks you're against, or whatever. Ace king, chop it up. Nope, takes it. And now Jeremy, our short stack, was second. Now is 7 of 7, and Enrico has spun it up here.
And Jeremy might be he's going to be in another flip here for sure. Probably will just go, let's see, he's got 13 bigs. Probably just jam this one. King Jack suited is going to fold. Ace Queen off should fold as well, and then he'll get called by Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, so we saw Jack is not coming, one of them, and then we see the Ace Queen sharing cards here. So yeah, pretty. I mean, whoa, wow. Iago got a little fired up, little bit loose. May end up working out where he gets Martin to fold, but either way, we'll see. Martin is going to be curious. He calls too.
Wow.
Jack just casually flicks it in there. Martin that is a wild flat. Oh, this is a crazy hand.
Hang on. So I think Martin here is thinking that Iago never has ace king, basically. Ace king, he thinks would not play like this. He wouldn't just call ace king here. It would do something else. So I guess if we're talking about Iago's range, it's like maybe I wouldn't expect to see ace queen off. I would be thinking to myself, ace queen suited.
Or kings like a trap, maybe?
Nah, you don't want to trap kings because you're still allowing equity in with the ace. Like if somebody just has an ace, you got 30% against kings, right? So I think, it could be aces as a trap, sure. But I would be thinking it's either a super trap with specifically aces, or it's, look, maybe there's kings. Yeah, which you block. And so it looks like it's just going to be a really clear triple up for Jeremy after he gets really unlucky with that ace king into the aces. Full triple here, and he's right back in it.
What a clean board, too. You're looking around. It's flat. No one's put money in the pot. Yeah. You're like, wow, they don't have queens or kings or aces here. This is you kind of already can feel that. You can feel those chips getting sifted over there as it does. Jeremy, welcome back. Not much better situation than after being on probably, no, I don't want to say life tilt, but pretty much a really shitty situation. Excuse my mouth, but that is now back. 2.3. He is right in it. What's he in? Second, tied for basically third, tied for second, roughly, right in the mix. And a little bit of a roller coaster ride here as we see over 500 on. Welcoming everyone. Let us know where you watch from the world. We are calling the action, going to play to a winner, and we are seeing some interesting hands and a bit of a yo-yo. And Jeremy, that's a huge swing, right? He would have been out in 7th, started the day in 2nd. Now he's back in basically 2nd, 7 left. So he's gets to regroup, reset, and get focused as he has gotten, again, not like he did anything wrong, just kind of got on the wrong side of a cooler. And that's one of the nice parts about having a lot of chips is you can withstand a bit of adversity. And he has done that in a big way. So 2 players remain out of 7 have won titles before. And the Ognon, I gotta say, I put any notes, anything you would be, obviously you battle and you play this tournament regularly, so I don't want to just say, is there anything that stands out on some of these guys, maybe some of the unknowns that you think is sort of worth noting?
Well, I think the most obvious thing that jumped out is Iago, who I don't think I've played too much with. I know that GG recently real named a bunch of players, so I'm not sure if I knew his previous name and he just got real named. But I don't really recognize that name too much. So I would note that he called off the ace queen off in that cold call spot against the rejam. I think that's the most surprising decision that we've seen thus far. Everything else, there's going to be some aggression and stuff. Dennis Vols had the 5-bet jam with the king 7 suited. So probably those two.
And ace 8, king jack. Ace 8 got the heart, feeling pretty good. 3 turns, some money in the middle. Definitely, there's merit to be cautious. He does check back. built the triple king jack in second here, out of position, thinking maybe as the best hand, and is going to block her bet and get snapped. I'm sure there's not much else. No point to raise, never folding. This hand is going to go call next as a Dennis. Dennis has mixed it up. Dennis is definitely one of those, you said, he's sort of stood out with a to tango, and these are very even stacks. Look around here.
Yeah, I was going to say
the 2 million. I mean, there's literally 1.2 separating all players, and the 2 million, like that's one of the most even distributions. If you see that 2 million, 2.2, 2.1, 2.4, 2.3, 2.3, and then a 3.2 as your chip leader. So this is yeah, this is interesting how this will shake from here, but it is completely wide open. If you did get betting odds down on some of the players, you're either loving it or realizing that things are just wide open. But some of these longer shot players are in a good spot there. I guess like Enrico in particular is now the chip leader, and he started in 7th.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I ever recall. I don't think I recall ever having seen a final table where the chip distribution is this even, like ever. I mean, there's no short stack. There's no huge stack. I mean, Enrico covers people by a little bit, but one medium-sized pot and that changes. So it's just unbelievably tight. Pretty rough situation here for Ognian. Sort of like a semi-cooler here on the 8-5-5.
Well, Ognian's in good shape.
Or sorry, for Enrico, I meant, yeah.
Yeah, he may suss this out as max 2 street hand, and now with the 9 turn, obviously 6-7 completes, maybe some 9-8 or some just not loving it. And Ogden probably can kind of comfortably block or value bet here as it goes check on the turn. Think he's going to feel pretty good about this, and does go for a healthy bet.
Yeah,
Ogden seems very tough to play against. He bets big. He puts pressure on. He's not afraid to completely bluff. And here, he's just made a really good assertion of where he's at and what's going on and how the 9x with the check. So I think this is a very tough decision for Enrico.
Yeah.
The 9 feels like a really bad card though, right? 6-7, 9-8. 6-9.
Right. That's what Enrico's thinking about here. He's like, so what kind of floats does he have on the flop? I mean, the most obvious floats that he's going to have here that are going to bluff river are going to be maybe some king, like over cards with backdoor, like maybe king, queen suited, king, jack suited types that didn't choose to check raise the flop. Some ace highs here, maybe going to bluff. If he has a hand like maybe ace 3 suited, right? So you've got ace high with the backdoor flush draw. You're going to try to bluff your opponent off of maybe something like ace jack or ace queen. But obviously the 9 smashes the big blind's range that continues facing the flop C bet. 7-6, 9-7, 9-6. So
nice fold.
yeah, good fold.
Shows the 8. That'll be.
Oh, that could tilt him. He could be thinking, who shows the 8? He's like, maybe he had worse for value.
Yeah, it's a good card to show actually. That's be very high level stuff, and again, just sort of keeping everything even tighter, right? Now it's 2.9 million, 2.4. This is take a snapshot of this. Not something you'll see every day. 7-handed with this distribution. It's almost like a sit and go is starting right now for a lot of money, with 7th place and 1st separating about 250 difference between the two. So I mean, yeah, huge spot. Everyone involved. This is a high pressure situation. We got Forza. Is that Roma in the building? What's going on, everyone? We got some Italians out here. That means let's go Forza in Italian, and we are seeing Queen 10 suited go to work here. Dennis, a fun player, sort of unpredictable, showing us a bunch of stuff. And
you see what he just wrote? Yeah, folded an 8.
Yeah.
Hope you're not value betting worse. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
And aces. We got the aces tracker? Who's in charge on the YouTube chat? Who wants to keep track? We're at like 5, right? At least 4. They've been passed around too. We could be setting a new record today too. I think Enrico's had him twice, right? We saw aces right away for Chris. Frank got a double first hand to play.
Yeah,
Martin
Enrico's
was
had
there
him
twice for
twice.
Enrico. So 4 or 5 times, at least 4.
Yeah, this is 5 at least because Chris had him twice.
Okay. So yeah, we're at 5. I
I
think
think
it's
that this
5.
is 5. Yeah.
And Queen 10 suited, a little gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Aces coming in for a bet. Iago, it's enough hand to be interested. I guess there's some world where he gets more interested even than a call, but he's not folding.
Yeah, I think the decision's just obviously between call and raise. At a final table, this might even be a little bit too much equity on this board. Like, okay, he goes for the raise. It seems fine too. I'm not really sure here. Don't expect to see a bunch of. Oh, that's an interesting card.
Wow. Wow. Action, action, action. He does have a still gut shot. He also has picked up the nut flush draw nonetheless.
Royal flush draw.
Called royal flush draw, hard to release. Also, do you want to keep the lead now? But you get called. So, like what? Maybe king, queen, you block. So it's like, does he have ace, king? Does he have king, jack suited? You know, the ace gets a interesting dynamic here. And he's thinking, rightfully so, this is a tricky spot.
I think you're going to want to check a lot on this turn. You don't have much ace X here, and the ones that you do have don't necessarily want to keep bombing. Like if you check raise as a bluff with ace 4, you don't really want to just bomb it when you hit top pair. A lot of your value combos like king queen on the flop are not really wanting to bet. So at this point, if you bet, you're representing hands that beat ace king. So
Whoa.
oh wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So just calls with the nuts, and he is now made the nut flush. This is dirty. This is an absolutely crazy spot. And honestly, Martin, he's made so many good and close, fast decisions. I mean, when he gets piled here, the SPR is right there, right? So like when he gets the big bet or all of it, I mean, is there a world where he folds? I don't know. I mean,
No, I think he still beats value. Like he could just have pocket 5s or something.
Martin Finger, this man is a dangerous man. He
Pocket
is.
9s.
He doesn't snap call. I'll tell you. Okay, he's even. Oh, he puts it in. Wow, interesting. Yeah, you're right. That would have been too insane. That is nasty. And Martin is going to go ahead and push the chips over. That run out is. That reminds me of like the 250K run out when there was like Jack 10 off. You remember that hand this summer versus like Ben, where it was like
Yes. Yeah. I do remember that one.
Top set flop, like king, like it was like king 4-5 or king 4-8 something.
And he like ran out the Jack 10.
Jack 10 to make the straight, like queen, not something insane. Like that was out there with one of the poor runouts. So
who was that against? I forget who that was against.
I think it was Ben Tollerine versus
I know Tollerine had the Jack 10.
Taylor von Kriegenberg.
Right. Yeah, Taylor had kings. And it was like it was like something like king 7-3 or something on the flop or something like that.
Running 9 queen or queen 9. Yeah. And mystery hand time. It is time. Get locked in at home, and we're gonna let Jozoff talk us through the ace 4 off on the button from a newly found chip leader. Iago is feeling it. Certainly gonna be opening here. Yeah, vamos, gente. All the Brazilians are fired up, man. That is sorte, muito sorte.
We got some Brazil versus Italy in the comments here. I know Enrico's got a lot of his Italian friends, supporters in the chat. So kind of fun to see. Okay, so the fact that this is a mystery hand makes me think that this is about to get spicy, because normally this would just go, you bet one big blind and the pot's over. I think on ace 3, you could construct a pretty coherent strategy as filthy triple where you play no check raises here. The problem is, like, yeah, you have some stronger ace X that's going to flat, but if you check raise all of that stuff, your check calling range is just completely capped. You basically have nothing to play with to protect your check calling range. I'm not sure if a solver would play 0 check raises or not. Might be a really narrow check raising range, but I think to simplify it, just to play no check raises here is very reasonable. So it goes check on the turn.
Yeah, filthy triple. This is tough, right? The ace four, you feel really good, but also to a like big kind of bet. It's not a big bet, just a matter do you want to raise or not? And I
Right.
think with the sizing, it's like, yeah, it's tricky.
This is a little tricky. If you're facing like half pot or more, I think you would pretty comfortably just call. Because against this size, you're thinking, okay, can he have a hand like a pocket pair? How deep were they pre-flop? They were like roughly 30 or so. So some of those pocket pairs would have jammed pre. He goes for the raise, and this is where it gets really weird pretty fast.
So when you're raising, you're hoping to get called by what here?
So it all comes down to the pocket pairs in this spot. It comes down to how many pocket pairs are going to be, like how much of pocket sixes, pocket eights, stuff like that, pocket nines does he have? Because the idea is that those hands make a lot of sense to float the flop, or not even float, just continue the flop, check on the turn, and then be worth this size on the river. The thing is, I don't think he would value bet like a 3 here for that size. Maybe he would. I think a 3 is more apt to check. So if he hits you with the block 3 bet on the river, I think that he would have to start block 3 betting. Okay, ace 8. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. So again, I think it's a little bit of a thin value raise because he's tanking ace 8. And again, it all comes down to those pocket pairs.
That's a pretty nasty flop, right? For those hands in those positions. You're talking about the button versus big blind, both flop trip aces. It's pretty nasty. And we see.
But yeah, I think again, like we're talking about 30 big blinds effective pre-flop. We're talking about the chip leader opens the button. So it's a super wide range. Like it's probably like 60, 70%. Yeah. At least 60. So if you have a hand like pocket fours, you probably just want to rip that hand against that wide of a range. So I think we're running out of pocket pairs, which means that it's going to be a lot of ace X there. So I think maybe just call is the play on the river, despite how kind of nitty or wrong it feels to check back turn and then just call trips against a small bet.
And based on Ognan's behavior, tendencies,
this is a call.
Yeah, just definitely we know he's playing, but yes, does not 3-bet. It's looks nice. It's also in the exact moment in the stack sizes, he's gonna see a flop that now puts him open-ended on the low end versus tens. Pretty fair.
Yeah, the thing about ace 3 suited here is it's just too good. So even if a guy is super aggressive or whatever and wants to be taking all those, he's way more apt to take something like king 4 off, queen 5 off, those types of high-low garbage ones that are not really good enough to defend. Ace 3 suited just plays way too nicely post flop. There's just no reason to bluff at this one in this spot out of the big blind.
Tens, 4, 5, 6. Connectivity is high, especially against the big blind range, right? There's straights, 2 pairs, some suited stuff. There's no club in your hand. Could have some draw, 7x, 3x, over card. So very, very interesting board. Is it a 2-street hand? You want to go here for the turn? You want to pot control, decide river. Does go for pot control. It is going to have a check mark at the moment on the river, although Ognan, who is with ace 3, decides, okay, I'll check it, and likely not winning, but does go ahead and check over. And I don't know, tens starts feeling thin to go for a bet here, but at the same time it was check turn, check river, queen sort of a brick.
It seems a little scary to value bet tens here.
I would think not to bet, but I've seen definitely thinner, more.
Wow, that's so disrespectful. He goes quarter pot in position on the river with tens. Pretty wild, actually.
I mean, yeah, we've seen thinner, but yeah, that's definitely like the ace 4 there on the ace board as played, checking back and betting river. It's different. This is a much more situationally dynamic spot where he's going to get some bad news, I think, more often in the big blind there. But as it turned out, that worked. Queen 8 off. Martin thinking about, is this the hand? Does he want to wait, take a better spot? He will take it first and gets a fold. A7, though, too much hand for this ask of big blinds, as we see Martin finger at risk. Queen 8, A7 is live, 764. There is a queen right away. Both players pair a card. Turn is going to put it to 100, the check mark. And that is one of the reasons why aggression can outweigh patience. You get in, you double, you get it a little behind, but you get it for more chips, and waiting gets shorter, maybe get in good, and then it doesn't guarantee you winning anyway. So Martin understands all these things. He is now back to 11 big blinds, got Motown in his hand. Jack 5 suited won't be participating on this cutoff open, as Ognon takes the button. Queen 10 off. And we again do have, I gotta check on the tweet, guys. That link, I'll put it again at some point. You guys have a chance for a $50 at least there. It is there. And I see a bunch of you have, people are commenting, getting on who they think is going to win, as well as the retweet. And we will have a $50 and $100 GG ticket your way in a bit as well here now. 6-7 flops the nut straight. Very wet board. Jack 10, Queen 10, 10-7, straight draws. Flush draws, 6-7 suited with this pot. Maybe wants to go bigger because of that. Also just has the nuts and could play it a few different ways here. X, okay.
Yeah, I think, a lot of times when people check, they're going to be finding all of the natural, like, oh yeah, I have a 5 here, I want to check, maybe some stuff like that. Ognia not taking the bait. And he's going to find a way to lose the minimum here, Ognian. But yeah, it's nice to see Dennis protecting that checking range on the turn, especially on such a wet board where you feel like there is still, even with the nuts, there's still stuff to protect from.
Yeah, now no longer the nuts, but can feel pretty confident that his opponent doesn't have a flush here as played, and is going to go big, and maybe just thinks he's got some showdown value that he's been checking. And Ognon is considering a no heart, and as played, I'm a little surprised he's even thinking maybe just multitasking or playing other tournaments or whatever. I just don't see how he would, as played, decide that this would be anything but fold. But that's what I guess. Always good to weigh your options. Weighing options, and does pass on that spot, and no chips going. Vols does flop the nuts, doesn't get much there. As Ognon with 3s is going to fold. How big a difference is it to have 3s in the cutoff versus 3s on the button there?
Pretty substantial. I mean, it could be the difference between opening and not. So, yeah.
Yeah, does pass with the 3s. Ace 4 suited. Filthy Triple doing a good job chipping up. Was sort of dead middle, but had 55 blinds to start. So not like a shocking chip leader, although it is 7-handed. Again, some things have moved around. Martin Finger was in 4th. He is now our short stack. It's sort of yo-yoed around. Things have changed a bit. We did just see such an even distribution of chips not long ago. It's still fairly even. A little bit of separation. 3.6 million stacks.
Enrico going to play a more limp heavy strategy here because the big blind covers him. King 7 suited, obviously too much hand to limp fold. Probably only limp calling, nothing else to do really.
King 7, deuce 9, king pairs, top pair, filthy with a 9 of diamonds working in there. But see if he's gonna continue on a expedition, a big one at that. And this is a bit uncomfortable from Enrico, because you kind of realizing there could be one and done type things where just the absolute just completely kamikaze. It's also, you could just be in really bad shape. As you do call, though, I can't fold top pair for this exact reason, right? The widest ranges of hands blind on blind, and you are going to have some of these just errant, just spraying hands. And again, now turn spade. Interesting though, filthy triple with the 9 of diamond and the deuce of spades. Like, here we go. This is actually a card that is could be very interesting to bluff. And this is a one where king 7 suited, this board got pretty wet, pretty nasty quickly, and be hard to stay on here and hold on for a huge bet. But filthy triple with checking the turn, is how credible is that? If he had like a spade draw, is he gonna?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to protect your equity sometimes, and you always have to make sure that you're not left in a certain line where you just have no flushes now, or you have no straights now, or something like that. Goes for a block. I think with the 9 in his hand and a spade, he's going to consider raising, which is obviously what he's considering now. It does look like Enrico has the type of hand that he has, but he is just going to end up letting it go.
Interesting. Yeah. Just decided, just a little bit of gamesmanship there. Nice bet. Nice to pull the trigger on the block, and scary board just kind of comes out. And would have been curious if he hadn't bet, what would have happened. Do you think Filthy might have done something there? And honestly,
yeah, maybe it would be tough to. It'd be tough to check back 9 high with a spade and blocking a straight there if he was just check 2 on the river. So you're also, like, the difference when you get check 2 and not, you're attacking a different part of the range. So if he checks, you're attacking much more, like third pair type stuff and weaker stuff. When he does block and for that size, now you're trying to attack more top pairs, king X, maybe some jack X that ran into it on the river. So definitely makes more sense to be more aggressive against the former range than the latter.
Yep. Well, Jack 7-3, very dry flop. Ace 9 Dennis Voll's been impressive today. He's taken some gusto. He's shoved in 5 betting. I believe it was 5 betting or 4 betting. He's all at king 7 suited, and that is a ace 9 into a gut shot, the low gut shot of the two situations. The 5-6 is going to now pair the 6, make him a little more interested. And Dennis with the ace 9 gets called on this board. Does he want to keep going?
I think you can consider leading on this turn. He goes for check, but he's a good check bet. I mean, if Jeremy checks, you really don't have that much showdown value. His 8-9s, 10-8s, 10-9s are probably going to bluff. The 6-5, 5-4, 6-4, I'll beat you now. So you probably want to have a club here to bluff, but you also have to probably just bluff some stuff like this. But he does have a fair bit of garbage in, like, queen 10 of hearts and stuff like that. Ace 5 of whatever suit. So he does go for the bluff anyway. But obviously the king does connect with his range really well. King queens, king 10s, ace kings, all that stuff.
Yep. And wow, I mean, that is great call. I mean, that is a absolutely high level call. No club, no really much key stuff happening there. Just makes it the hero call of the day by far. Really nice played hand there for Jeremy. Well done. Nice. I mean, Dennis, good bluff too. Just got picked off.
Yeah.
That's definitely the most interesting hand so far. Well done. 2.5, 1.5 now for Dennis, and there they go, right back to playing. And he's going to come attacking. And ace 9 suited. Martin is short, but ace 9 suited here, it's a lot of hand. and he will be in the hand. How will he be in the hand? Will he be raising or calling? I guess you could
Probably just a call.
Yeah. A deuce going to come on telling the story. Ace nine suited. Dennis, this is one of the, when you just call, going to find yourself in some precarious positions. He does have a running flush draw, also just has the best hand to random hands. 8 deuce suited. This is super interesting. Both player picking up some equity, right? Straight draw and a gut shot and flush draw. So 8 deuce. If you're going to want to tell a story, this is probably the one. You just made a great call. Now you're going to keep betting, and this is getting awkward. Ace nine suited. This is starting to get pretty crazy. I guess like there are like king queen or some other hands.
Yeah.
You do have a
So
nine, I mean, it's
your hand is, I mean, you beat all the bluffs, right? Ace high is going to beat all the bluffs here, and you have the gut shot, so you can improve. I think it's makes sense to call. You know, Jeremy's range starting from pre-flop is going to be super wide still. He's going to, I mean, like just the hand he does have, like 8 deuce. Well, he does make the fold. So rough 2 hands there for Dennis. Jeremy getting the better of him in both. Picks off the bluff on the first one, gets the bluff through on the second one.
yeah, pretty good swing there for Jeremy, and unlucky for Dennis. Really nice turn card. He continued, and I guess the ace nine suited is a tough ass to call there, right? It starts getting in the river, like you're just either in really bad shape, or if you're good, you're gonna have to hero it off, and hard to call in that river if he does bet, right? If you think you're good, and a lot of rivers as does make the fold, and we are still very even. Martin now with 8s gets a good hand to be all in with for his stack.
Yeah.
The hands that are behind, everyone kind of, four of the remaining players had something decent. Ace 8 with players behind, no ace 9 off. It's a little closer.
Enrico's gonna call.
7 suited in the big blind is close. Yeah.
There should be a fold from ace 9, and then ace 7's gonna call. Yeah.
Martin, favorable position. We saw the ace gone, maybe even 2, as we get the 8s off to a good flop. Turn clean, 80%, 4-1 favor. Got to fade 5 outs, 1 to come, and it is a king. That is going to be a double. Martin with the lock on the hand, and again, things tighten up and so sick. Dennis, not leaving it a secret. He wants him to get knocked out. Good player, of course. Pay jumps nice. Now they're even as the short stack, and we are going to see another hand come down here to 7-handed poker. And again, man, Michael, this has been no one really leaving. No one getting short after we've had some adversity. Back to 15 blinds for our short stacks, as there's a lot of play left, and we are still almost 2 hours, hour 50 into the show. Hope you're enjoying. Let us know where you're watching from. Been a great show. We're seeing a lot of supporters, some new faces today too. And again, the 5 delay. There's a delay, and we will have a break coming up with short message as we will play to a winner. This is the road to paradise. You can see ElkY and Daniel looking outside at the Atlantis. How many times have you been in the Atlantis, would you say? You're a little younger, but have you been a
Yeah,
now?
I went to PCA in 2023, but that was at Baha Mar. That wasn't at the Atlantis. I've never played poker at the Atlantis. I've been there once for because before that it was COVID, right? And I turned 21 during COVID. So yeah, I've never been to the Atlantis for poker. All of that big Bahamas stuff is pretty much before my time, I guess.
Yeah, the Atlantis made some nice upgrades. I do want to remind people there are been 1.5K satellites on GG. I know last weekend there was 50 seats. This weekend, I'm not sure coming up what they have specifically, but there is satellites for 30K packages that gets you a $26,000 entry into the 50 million, the super main event, as well as 14-night stay at the luxurious 5-star hotel at the Atlantis. And there will be more satellites. I don't know if there's guaranteed on how many seats, but that is something really cool. Nothing like winning a satellite package. In my history, back in the day, I love getting those. You know, you're in there for, you get 1K or 500 or 1,200 to try to win, 1,500 to try to win these huge, you know, you get the hotel all paid for. You don't have to book anything. You show up, you get to buy in. It just feels like a massive win. Sell some action, maybe hedge it a bit, lock up a profit, and just a really good deal, nothing like that value. And again, there's so many entries now, so many different options, and there are a lot of satellite options here. As queen 3 makes the queen high flush on the turn, and then the 4 board pair, jack 6 off with absolutely airball, and still some consider. You can just tell this group's a little more cagey, a little more willingness to bluff and get wild. There's been some like really no equity, no piece of anything on rivers, and some tanking. And a few times I thought we might see some kind of just suicidal, massive, crazy plays. We've seen a bit of heroics. We've seen Ognon get very aggressive pre-flop, and everyone kind of doing their part. Ace King suited tier 1 for Dennis now. Again, giveaways. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. That is how you will be eligible for the $1,500 coming up here. And the tweet, man, on Twitter, Jeff Bros Poker. You guys can go there. You can see the picture of Jozoff. Put that link in for you. Guess the winner. Retweet it. Going to be at least $50 there. Ace King suited, missing the board, but continuing 9-10. Martin with the gut shot, going to peel 1. See if Dennis is going to keep on keeping on that jack.
Probably just
2 diamond. Yeah.
Probably just want to check this one back here. Seems like a kind of random bluff candidate. Like you still beat some of the draws. You can improve. Obviously, we've seen Dennis get spicy, so I wouldn't be shocked to see him barrel it. But I would personally check this one back, and he does. And the king of diamonds, probably a card that shuts down action a decent bit. Martin with the 10-9 with no diamond, probably not that apt to bluff, especially when it's the king. Probably going to be a little bit more passive with his range on this card. And if you bluff, you're probably going to want to have a diamond here.
Yeah, Dennis hits a nice card as played. I mean, again, what do you get called by? There's some stuff, but do you?
Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty to get called by here. You know, obviously it's a little bit gross. You're not too thrilled to see the fact that it's the king of diamonds as opposed to the king of clubs, let's say, king of spades, but still have plenty of jack X to value bet against, some 7X. Martin's range is going to contain a lot of pure bluff catchers. Does check it back.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some thin bets. We've seen some cautious checks, and again, why it's fun. A little bit of different styles, and also, of course, just different situations in all these spots where it's a fine line between checking or not. And I think we're going to run into some clock stuff today too, right? 2 minutes.
Yeah.
On multiple players, 135, 140. Some thinking going on. 4 players, I would say, with a good chance to hit that clock today. So we may get to see. I've seen a few times the heads up where it's 0-0. Pretty interesting.
A little surprised to see Filthy Triple fold the 7s there pre-flop on the button. You know, he does cover everyone. He's the chip leader. Everyone that's, you know, in the hand still. So probably would just want to see a flat there from the 7s. Seems a little bit tight to just be folding that on the button when you have the chip lead.
Yeah. Making some interesting notes. There's some of these guys at GTO Lab been doing reviews as well. Ben Heath as a coach there. We've had Nick Petrangelo. We've got Jonathan Jaffe, as well as Daniel DeVoris, all been on guests recently on the show, and they do a review oftentimes. You guys can check that out on your YouTube channel. I know right now Triton going on, and I believe Jonathan was just at the final table in the main event. Some other guys battling. I don't think they're doing it right now, but there's some big stuff going on in Monaco, and that is, you know, we're getting to see some of these guys do reviews and do some really high level stuff. This is Nick Petrangelo. Actually, Dennis Voll's picture of him is the avatar there. Nick knows his stuff, that's for sure. This is a bluff with 9-10 high, has a club. Dennis with ace-10 high, has the wheels spinning. In terms of bluff catchers, you rate this. I mean, having a 10, probably not amazing. Also, does call for it, just gets it. It just goes for it. Well done. And Agnon got looked up there. Well played.
We're playing some poker for sure.
There is poker going on. There's been, I always say this on GGMillion specifically, the amount of like great plays, great folds, also great calls. It's impressive. Like the amount they're right. You know, it's so often there's just right. And the players, sometimes the bluffs are like really nice bluffs. And look at this shove and timing. Ace King gonna get snapped by Jeremy there. Ace Queen. He's gonna be shocked to see the Ace King with the, you know, just such a good spot with the stack sizes that he could be in great shape. Instead, he is dominated and now needs a queen only on the river. We're gonna see Martin well back if he can fade it, and it is a 10. Scary board for Ace King on an all-in, but does take it down. Ace Queen, and again, man, these stack sizes are wild. We got 3.3, 3.2, no one below 1.5. Then we have 2.4, 1.9, 2 million, 2 million. Like this is seven-handed, Mike. This feels like a sit and go that just started a few hands ago. And again, very exciting because it is like super ICM. Right, this is like really, it's like as usually there's big stacks, small stacks, kind of everyone is in the mix there. So a little interesting puzzle and a different than we normally see. I definitely can say this is unique. I've not seen this with 7 left over this stretch of a time too. It's not like there hasn't been action. It's not like everyone's like, oh, okay, we're tight, just fold, raise, take down, no 3-bet. Like we've seen big calls, bluffs, and all kinds of stuff. So actually to see the chips where they lay like this is pretty crazy. Ogden Dimoff just doesn't pass the spot. He's just like, all right, ace deuce suited. I just don't care. Pick it up, take it down. King 3 off, king 4 off, raise, queen 3, go for it. Like just going for it. Mentioned 4th on the all-time Bulgaria list. Alex Kulev up there on number 1. And 3-time winner, 3-time GGMillion winner, not to sneeze at, getting close to that all-time rank leaderboard for the GGMillion right there. You getting some kind of unicorn company territory once you get up in the 4 wins. 3 is the most here. Again, more than the whole final table combined. Martin Finger also has 1, and Chris Frank went out in 9th, who has 1. So again, it's either Martin or Ognon, or we'll have a new GGMillion champion today. Either way, it's exciting when people add to their belt. It's also exciting when you get a first-time winner as he gets top set. And if Iago gets creative here, this could work out poorly if he somehow holds on 2 pairs or hits a 6 or check raise bottom pair with the backdoor straight. It's not impossible covering. Could see that situation unfold, and he does.
I was gonna say this check raise is I think it's pretty nice. Blocking a 6, you're blocking some of the top end of his value, like pocket 6s namely, and you have a lot more outs to improve. There's some good turns. The 9 is sneaky. He gets you with the click back and he just snap folds.
Yeah, I've seen. We're gonna have a short message from the Bahamas and your man D Negs. We'll talk about that when we get back. Enjoy the break. We'll see you in a moment.
In case you haven't noticed, we're into breaking records at the World Series of Poker. Bigger and better is just how we roll. We did it this summer, as you saw, with the main event. Speaking of the main event, the WSOP just had a super idea for this year's WSOP Paradise in the Bahamas. For the first time ever, WSOP will host the super main event, a $25,000 buy-in with the biggest guarantee in the history of poker. Wait, is that number right? 50 million? What? 50 million? You guys are nuts, for real. Huge prize pools, massive water slides, fun for the whole family, and the chance to hunt bracelets with the beautiful backdrop of the Bahamas beaches just a few sandy footsteps away from the poker room. 15 bracelets will be on the line with buy-ins ranging from $2,500 up to $1 million. Yes, you heard that right, a $1 million buy-in. The WSOP has partnered with the Triton Millions to bring the largest poker tournament in WSOP history back home. So what are you waiting for? Come make history with us again at WSOP Paradise.
Nothing to pick up. It's going to be just probably a muck, yeah.
Yeah, so tell me about the 6-7 suited to go for it again. It seems like the properties make a ton of sense. I actually, see it developing, but then tell me more interesting about Jeremy re-raising with top set there. Is it because it's just such a wet board, or you
I
just
think
maybe
that's
cooler
yeah.
your opponent and try to get it in there? Because I generally see in these spots players decide to just call a top set, which in
Right.
position too. So maybe a little bit higher variance, but also you're going to get your opponent like with a hand like that who's in really bad shape, like in that situation, and then maybe tack the turn, right? If like they go big and the board feels good to do that, or if it gets a little scary, you could just call again, right? And then all of a sudden you let them just bluff it off and then still have zero equity. And if they do have a chance to beat you, of course that can happen, but you have top set. So where would you have called there, do you think, with that specific scenario?
I see the argument for both. I mean, yeah, like you're saying, the benefit of so I think the reason that we saw a 3-bet on the flop there is because it's a wet board. If it wasn't a wet board, Queen 7-3 or something like that, I think you'd always see a call, pretty much. And your value is pretty incentivized to play some 3-bets on that type of board texture. See an RFI here from the small blind, and then probably should just see a fold. But yeah, I mean, so there's cost and benefits to everything. The benefit of that is if you think that he's more likely to have some high equity draws, that maybe he's going to check raise even in ICM, then maybe click is going to be better. But yeah, I think your value combos there are really incentivized to click also. We'll see what Ognian does here with the king queen off. If he decides to just rip it here himself or to just defend.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't put more chips in. I guess based on the way he's played, there he goes. He does show that he's got the wide range of not just going to automatically go crazy. And I guess sort of leaning towards more of that school of super value and air raising than like the king queens and the ace 3 suited just calling. So I guess that does make sense, but it just feels like forget about all that. It just seems like a good spot, right? King queen to just you're going to pick up a lot of the time, take it down. Also, ICM pretty intense right now, right? The stacks, no one's super short. It's all kind of up for grabs. So maybe a combination of factors there.
Yeah.
And yeah, guess ace 2 suited getting in the converse to that would have taken that particular one down, but not a huge pot. And I think I like it. Deuce, king, queen, king deuce suited, no equity, basically. King high though, king queen with the heart comes for a 30% bet.
Yep. Cutoff range is going to be pretty wide here. You can see it even includes king deuce of diamonds. Yeah, so I think king of hearts queen is a pretty tight fold on this board texture. I kind of get it. Ace 8 6. If you don't turn a heart, you're not loving life. But I think that's a combo we could have done something spicy with. King of hearts queen.
Yeah, a lot of notable hands today. It's fun, man. This is fun. I think tell the audience a bit about how you approach something like this with regards to study and how, it's fun to watch final tables where all the money is. It's exciting. It's at this stage of the tournament, but to get to the final table, there's so much that goes into it. And also how you play a final table, it's different. Like you said, like, maybe people are check raising certain spots going for because of the ICM. Like, how would you explain to someone about trying to learn and get better? Whereas like the final table is the exciting part of the tournament, but obviously you have to get here first. So how do you sort of calibrate that and explain the difference on how people play at this juncture of the tournament than maybe early and middle stages?
I mean, yeah, I think most people learn Chippy V first. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. You learn some basic principles of how the mechanics of poker work and stuff like that, and it gives you a good foundation. But obviously, in ICM, things are a lot different. The fluidity of the situation accounts for way more, and you have to be a lot more detailed with like looking at certain variables in ICM. So, for example, if you're covering a guy by 2x versus 1.3x, that makes a huge difference. If a guy is opening a 18% range versus a 30% range, that makes a gigantic difference in terms of what you can rejam against him, or if you can even rejam at all.
Yeah.
So I would just say that, Chippy V, you obviously have to be pretty solid in Chippy V. But everyone, everybody who's going to make this FT is pretty solid in Chippy V, and the edges I think are smaller. In ICM, because there's so much more to pay attention to, you can see some pretty big mistakes by some pretty good players. And that's where the edges I think are a lot bigger. It's rare that you're going to see something in Chippy V where you're like, this guy just absolutely torched it here. And if he does play a hand like that, he probably had a really good reason, like an exploitative reason or something. So in ICM, it's clear that people are just making big theoretical mistakes way more often than they are in Chippy V.
Yeah, aggressive play there. Well said. And Iago makes a nice Jack 10 suited jam, got King Queen to fold. Again, a couple hands, King Queen sort of had options how to play it in multiple spots. And again, Agnav, who's been, I would say, pretty aggressive, does get out aggressed or just not really able to assert himself in a spot where important time, and he is now our short stack. But again, three-time winner has a plan, and again, sometimes your situations and cards just don't match up, or how it works out, or someone out aggresses you or takes a little bit of line. I mean, Iago with the King Jack 10 suited decided to just shove there, as we now see Martin get out flop by Filthy on the Jack 4-6, Jack 10 in the lead against Ace King.
Yeah, so here, like, I really would like to see a check back from Martin. I think his hand specifically wants to check back, and his range also wants to check back a lot. Again, this is speaking to the difference between Chippy V and ICM. He's playing against the big blind who almost 2x covers him. And, you don't really want to. There's a lot of hands in your range that open from under the gun that don't want to necessarily get check raised. You have a lot of ace king, ace queen, king queen suited, pocket nines, stuff like this that really don't like to see a check raise. So to accommodate those hands, you definitely have to check back a decent bit of your range. We'll see what Filthy Triple comes here with on the river. Just going to go for a block bet, targeting exactly hands like this: ace king, pocket sevens, pocket eights, stuff like that. Whatever the bottom of Martin's pocket pairs that he's going to open, probably sevens or eights. So now if you're Martin, you're thinking, could he be taking this size here, this block size as a bluff with a hand like 7-5, 8-7, stuff that has some equity to continue with on the flop? Would he bluff in that size with those types of hands? And that's what it comes down to in this bluff catching spot.
Yeah. Nice size, nice decision making. Interesting about the flop, whether to bet or not there. The hand to look at again. So many considerations, so many different little nuances, and it's great when you see great players do different things, and again, reasons for it and options. And that's the cool part about poker too. There is multiple game trees within a street or a hand or a spot where it's like it's not always one way or the other, and that's why poker is not going anywhere. And we get options as King 3 suited, Filthy Triple will fold, Jack 5 for Martin Finger for a min raise, closing the action, though not the time to get sticky. Gets out of the way. and a spot where I think we're at 5 on the aces counter. I think the record's 10. Someone here watching maybe before they saw, I think if they can remind me which player got 4-time aces, it might have been known player, but yeah, it was just a heater, just an absolute heater. It's maybe 2 shows ago, and just I don't know. Have you ever got dealt aces 4 times at a final table and GGMillion? Nonetheless, I mean,
I don't know about. Definitely not in GGMillions. I don't know if I've ever gotten aces dealt 4. I mean, probably not. I feel like that's something that I would remember if I had been dealt aces 4 times at a final table. One thing though, this is just going to be a fold against the 3-bet. One thing though is I got dealt aces 3 times in a row once.
I've had that a few times. Yep.
Yeah,
Online.
back to back
Actually,
to
once
back.
live, once online, I think.
I've had twice in a row, quite a number of times. That's not that crazy. But what is it, 1 in 202 or 204 or something like that for
I think it's
aces?
like 221, but I'm not sure. My 220 sounds right, but I could be off on that. And I see we said it's gonna be a fold. Iago going the other way on that and taking upstairs. And Filthy Triple, don't think this man is not poised and possible to click it back, but he does give it up. Iago
gets it done.
Iago coming to win today. Coming to win. Playing to win. Bringing it.
Yeah. I spoke too soon saying, oh, this is just going to be a standard fold. Nope. Iago got the Brazil flag next to his name. Guess I can never be too presumptuous. So yeah, the odds of getting dealt aces 3 times in a row. You were right. It's 1 in 220. That's the odds of getting dealt aces 3 times in a row. 220 to the 3rd power. 1 in 10.65 million.
Yeah, that's wait, what?
The odds of getting dealt aces back to back to back hands is 1 in 10.65 million. We're seeing some spicy stuff here also from Jeremy Zari.
That's these guys. This is just we got someone needs to tag Jungle Man right now. This is literally the spice. This is the super spice, baby. That is I mean, we've seen multiple hands of the day. That is a hand. That is, I mean, talk to me, Joe. I mean, that it's rare you see things that you just won't see again. Like,
I mean, look, I gotta just say, at some point, you got to take your theoretical hat off, and that hand was as simple as, Jeremy has certain reasons for going for his 6-5 off 3-bet, whatever those reasons may be. I'm sure they're valid, but then that's just Martin Finger saying, "I don't believe you," and that's as simple as it gets. That's the extent of my analysis. I don't believe you. Just gonna rip it there. Think you're out of line in this spot.
5-bet, right?
4-bet jam, I thought, right? It was he opens the button and then he 3-bets the big blind, and then he 4-bet jams. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people multi-way here. Ace King somehow the best hand against 3 pairs. Scary though. Ace King, you definitely, these are those spots, talk about solvers, this, that. Once you go 4-way to flops, not
everything's out the window.
Yeah, we don't see these a lot, and this could burn a little more clock. 54, 53 shot chess clock for Filthy Triple going down here, as he is also aware, right? There's ace jack, there's ace 3, there's pocket 3s. We see deuces in there, 7s, 9s, and he is going to start the check. And this is a chance where now there's even the 6s. There is more hands here as it checks around. I feel a little more comfortable, but tricky, right? Yeah, not really trapping. He's just hoping that he's doesn't get cooler or 2-paired or set, I think, and hoping to have the best hand. Although when it checks around now through on the turn, he has a king of spades. May want to thin the field, protect, find out a little more where he's at. Let's see.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where you definitely want to bet the turn. That when you get overcalled by 2 guys, it's likely that you're dealing with a really pocket pair heavy range. Sure, there can be some suited Broadway stuff that didn't decide to squeeze. But for the most part, there's a lot of pocket pairs, and obviously you don't know which pocket pairs those are. So when you're there with ace king, it's kind of like you're in like this landmine situation where, the 6 could be the one that gives somebody the set, or it could be the 7. You never really know. So it's kind of interesting to play out those spots. With regard to multi-way pots, yeah, obviously 4 ways, final table, FT. I mean, there's no such thing as a 4-way post-flop multi-way solve with ICM. I mean, there's no such thing as even a 4-way solve really to begin with. So, and obviously even with 3-handed solves, there's a lot of questions as to the veracity of a lot of the stuff that comes out of those and stuff like that. One thing I can say for sure, though, is when you're playing multi-way, the onus of bluffing and bluff catching is reduced on everybody. So there's not as much bluffing and not as much bluff catching. And the value of position goes up by quite a lot. So if you're in a four-way pot, if you're in position on everybody, that's worth a lot. And for that reason, it's going to get checked to you quite a lot. Not a lot of betting out of position. But beyond that, nobody knows what they're doing, including me.
Yeah, it's all kind of experimental at that point. Here we go. 10-8 does fold. They just had a nice little battle before.
It's a good fold, yeah.
Hanging tough at 1.8 million chips and still 17, 18 blinds in the small blind. Plenty of chips. Fours for Iago. Where give me the aggression ranking. Where would you put these 7 players? It's crazy that we are actually 2 hours 15 minutes in and we are still 7-handed. That's got to be a record, which it's funny how it works, because sometimes it'll be like 3 or 4 people, 5 people go out quickly, takes forever. It also sometimes where it'll be like 5, 6-handed late and then it's just over fast, because obviously the blinds go up. It kind of averages out, but this is 7 left with this amount of time left is pretty crazy for sure.
Yeah. I don't know if I can rank these guys 1 through 7. A lot of it's card
give me
distribution.
your top view. Who's the most aggressive?
Ognian, I mean, at least today, speaking from today, Ognian's obviously been number 1, just in terms of what's happened today. Dennis has shown the ability to make stuff up. Jeremy is playing some wild stuff, 6-5 off 3-bet out of the big blind and finding some nice bluffs in other spots. Martin Finger, I mean, I don't know. I mean, all of these guys, it feels absurd to me to like not rank Enrico just from, my history with him and having played with him and is not one of the more aggressive guys. Enrico's a really tough player. I mean, I really think it's hard to rank them 1 through 7. It's just that everyone at this table is capable. Iago had the ace-9 off 4-bet, right? So it's really tough to rank these guys. But what I will say, and I think you've spoken to this already a little bit, Jeff, is just because these guys have the capacity and the propensity to be super aggressive in a lot of spots, it doesn't mean that they're just always like gorillas just trying to pile chips in no matter what. You still see people finding the tight and ICM theoretically correct, like Martin Finger there. He had just 4-bet jammed 10-8 suited against a big blind 3-bet, and the very next big blind he takes, he just folds 10-8 off, right? Facing a single raise. So it's identifying how spots are different. It's not just unbridled aggression for no reason. There's a rhyme and reason to all of it. So it's nice when players are able to walk that line, super aggressive and able to even get out of line in some spots, and in other spots being able to slam the brakes and also get out of line the other way, make some tight folds. So it's really nice to see that sort of variability in their play.
Yeah, King-9 suited opening.
We're seeing Filthy Triple here is sort of jumping out, and he's creating a little bit of separation here. You can see opening off that 4.65 million here. So he's creating a little bit of separation. This 10-9 off is probably one that can go, yeah, it's close. Yeah, against the chip leader range. We'll see if he wants to get spicy. He has some backdoors working. 9 of clubs, 3 to a straight with a 9-10 jack. The longer he tanks, the more it feels like something's going to happen. Nope, does fold.
Yeah, 7 left. This is, I mean, again, when you do a lot, I've done many shows now at this point for years now in GGMillion, and it's interesting when you can say you're very confident that not a show has been quite like this, and that is,
yeah,
I am sure there have not been 7 left at this amount of the stage of the tournament. Also, just that they're so even, and I think that's part of it, right? That's why we're seeing that happen, is because as the stacks have really stayed like that, it's just less likely you're seeing all-ins pre and people not wanting to risk their chips necessarily at one moment or tighter. You get to get away with shoves because people don't want to call off as light. We've seen some. We saw the ace queen off fold to the ace king which you weren't surprised by, but like it's just kind of like just how it's matching up, where it's not all right. It's a lot more flats. Like that ace jack snap fold, still under the gun raise. Dennis Vault.
Yeah, so I think you're making a good point here, Jeff. So when you have a situation where one guy's the big chip leader, and you got some short stacks, those short stacks are going to have much lower risk premium.
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to play with a lot more impunity. Chips are going to fly a lot more likely. When people are a lot tighter, everybody has that risk premium. There's not really those extreme short stacks, so everybody's playing a little bit more cautious. But Filthy Triple here coming out with a little bit of a chip lead is maybe going to open things up a little bit. And we can see both players here have a little piece. Filthy Triple defending the 6-5 suited, flopping middle pair. The jack not super welcome for him.
Yep, Filthy Triple.
Pretty
Realizing
small bet.
not the one. Decided, made a good decision. Could have the best hand, but gets out of the way. Who do you pick right now? Who do you think, maybe just because of the position? Of course, Filthy Triple, the chip leader, but based on how they're playing, how the chips are sort of stacked, is there anything that jumps out at you as a good situation other than?
I mean, so I think, like, obviously Filthy Triple, not only because he has the chip lead, obviously it's nice to have the chip lead, but I think he's been playing really solid too. I mean, I don't think I've seen him make any mistakes as far as I can remember. He seems like again, I'm not too familiar with the account name, but he seems like he's a really, really good grasp of what's going on here, playing really well pre-flop, making good decisions post-flop. So I'm going to take him, not just because he has the chip lead, but also, obviously, you have to respect guys like Enrico, guys like Agni and Dimov, and pretty much everyone at this table. It feels a little bit disrespectful to leave anyone out. These are really good players here, and I think this is going to be a tournament where one more so than others, where one hand really shifts everything. We're going to see that one hand that really shifts momentum. Maybe creates a new chip leader or something that could maybe shift everything.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great point. It's Filthy Triple really does seem to have a nice game plan moving here.
Yeah. The one thing I think I've seen from Filthy Triple is he's a little bit on the tighter side when it comes to really taking everything that he's allowed to take with the chip lead. And that doesn't necessarily mean opening. I think he's finding all the opens. But when people open, you get to flat some stuff. So I think it was him that folded the sevens with the chip lead on the button. Here he folds a 7-6 suited. 7-6 suited is a pretty reasonable fold, but you do get to flat, a decent bit wider here when you cover everyone by 2x. The 7-6 suited here actually would have made a straight. Interesting. We got the flush draw here against the top pair.
Yeah, 6-7 suited though, with that that stack size, there's not much. You're not getting involved. I mean, at that stage, flatting or some playing. Where would you consider playing that 6-7 suit on the button?
Yeah. So obviously, like, everybody knows that, you don't want to play those beautiful 7-6, 6-5 suited hands as much at FTs. You want to play more blocker related stuff. And that's like sort of the general heuristic. But there are situations where even pretty short stacked, having the advantage of the chip lead and having the advantage of position enables you to play some hands like 7-6, 6-5, 5-4 suited by flatting the button at some frequency, even when you're like 20, 25 bigs deep, just because you're pretty unlikely to share cards with those. You get to really dominate that middling part of the boards. Like, you have really good board coverage around that area of it.
Right.
And again, it's just really tough.
When it comes low, you're going to get your opponent to bluff or go for it. Maybe not think you're there. Right.
It just speaks to board coverage. Right. So I think there's a lot of benefit. I mean, you're flatting pretty wide. So, you can't flat.
Wow. He flats
Yeah.
turn and then jams the river on the 4. I mean,
That's wild. This is
this is a
insane.
crazy line. Is this just player dependent? I mean, is he actually going after a king? I mean, what's his plan?
And remember, Jeff, the time bank, 20 seconds here for Dennis.
Wow, this is exciting, and I mean, because it seems so obvious. You're like, oh yeah, like what do you miss hearts? You just gonna shove the river. It's like, and it's only 500. I'll leave him with the million he's covering, and he does end up making
he calls.
Gets it done. I would have. What a hand! What an interesting line on all around there from Ognon, and Ognon, who started the day as chip leader, out in 7th. So whoa, pretty big development there. And yeah, I mean, he was aggressive, and some timing stuff didn't work out of it. And that is an interesting one to look at. Why to call not and then shove river versus to, I guess, shove and maybe. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. He did have a lot of equity. He didn't want to fold the turn, but took a creative line and is out the door. And Dennis, 11 seconds, but 3.4 million. Good for second stack currently. As we do lose another player at 4 left, we'll do the giveaway. We will again do a $50 and $100. You guys get over 100 there. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe. Appreciate that. That will be part of the giveaway. And then, of course, on Twitter, Jeff Goes Poker. I will put the link again in the future, but you guys can retweet. Guess the winner. It doesn't matter if you guess right. I just got to guess, retweet, and I will pick one. Good opportunity for a $50. If we get up to 100 on there, I'll do 100. You guys got a ways to go. Appreciate you all watching. This is again another special show. This has been fun, man. Appreciate Michael Jozoff coming on. Give him a follow on Instagram in particular. He's got the socials. Plays the highest stakes in the world, 100K plus buy-ins. It's going to be down in the Bahamas for that WSOP Triton combination special, the 2650 mil. Be there as well. And it's been a while, man. I really do enjoy playing live since daddy doing diapers and got 2 kids, a little one now. And I get there, I'm like excited, juice amped up to play. Last year at the Bahamas, that 25K was what was it, 20 mil or 25 mil? I mean, it was 2.7 million at first, so can't remember. It was something big at the time. It seemed crazy. It might have been at 25, but Michael Kim just goes for it, just pushes the envelope, delivers, gets there. And again, competition. Listen, GG, I'm biased. Greatest site in the world. I've been a part of other sites. Got nothing bad to say about those, but at the moment, GG, best software, buys WSOP for 500 million. Not a small ticket. Big brands combining software, technology, going for bracelets. And again, there are other sites, there are other series in the world. Can't say it's the only show in town, and that I think is good for poker. It's good. It's like, okay, let's push the guarantee, let's push the envelope. Oh, there's something in Europe. Oh, there's something going on in Vegas. Oh, let's go. Let's just do it. If you're in this part of the world, maybe you can't travel or you're limited to certain things, like, well, we got big action for you. And I think that is a testament to poker, the game, where the game is at the moment. And it's great, right? You don't want someone to just completely run away. Now, it's nice to be in first. It's nice to be a distant leader in the industry, but there is others that are staying competitive and that are doing cool stuff. So I think that's great and good for, works out well for the players. If I'm not mistaken, would you say that? Would you say poker's in the best state it's been in since you've been around?
Yeah, I mean, I think poker. I mean, the guarantee, especially live poker too. Like the guarantees are getting crazy. I mean, you see the turnouts for Tritons and stuff like that. You're getting like 150, 200 people in 100Ks now. I had some deep runs this WSOP, like the 100K. I got 9th, which was unfortunate, but it was 140 or 150 players or something like that. So yeah, I mean, it's just live poker is booming for sure. Online poker, the guarantees keep getting bigger. The GG, they always do like the 5K 25 mils, the 10K 10 mils are running all the time. So it's really good stuff. And the smaller stakes too, like 1K and below, huge guarantees, huge player pools. So really excited for all that stuff.
And have the next 2 guests already confirmed for GGMillion. It's going to be Maria Konakova, who is excited to talk with her. She's going to come on. She just won a bracelet online. There was some controversy with her and I believe Norman Chad, right? There was some talk about rebuying or this and that. What, did you see that? Did you catch any of that?
No, actually, I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, it was just sort of like she won, and it was sort of her point was like, yeah, it's a it's a rebuy tournament, and that happens, and that's part of it. And that was sort of that whole debate about is it worth or how many people for the bracelet and whatever. I don't know. It just kind of got in like a weird debate. It was her first bracelet. She was very happy, obviously, and proud, and like got kind of like
Yeah.
some shade thrown at her by
Oh,
Norma and
I see.
others that
So
chime in.
so it was like a small field, super small field tournament, or
Uh, I don't know if it was a small field or not. I think it was like, yeah, maybe it was smaller than normal. And look at this, Queen 7, first nines, Queen 7, pretty clear, nice two pair here, top and top two on the flop that turn into a strong two pair still by the river with no straights, no flushes possible. Got a clear value. Nine's going to go ahead and has trust issues over there. Iago going
yeah.
to
I
look
mean,
it
so
up.
this is the danger of, again, you have to respect your opponents, and you have to respect that they're going to have protected checking ranges in a lot of spots. So there you can see Jeremy checks turn, checks river. And Iago was sort of taking a really liberal thin value bet. And generally, value betting thin is really good. That's how you make the most money, thin value bets against sort of like the common fields and stuff. But here, Jeremy just did a really good job, protected that checking range, maybe has a note or has some information that Iago is going to be going thin for value and capable of, like you said, Jeff, having trust issues, and goes for the small check raise on the river and gets the max against pocket nines, third pair.
Ace, queen, king, 10, little check raise. Dennis Valls, man, I got to say, for an unknown, for someone that came in the lower, sixth place to start, he has not a ton of experience in the GGMillion and relatively unknown. He's come in, played some great poker, made some really nice calls, been aggressive as well. And here he goes. He's got a nice turn. King 10 maybe would have had some ill intentions with certain runouts. Spade, obviously the jack would have been problematic for Dennis, but as it turns, he turns top trips with top kicker there and does go ahead and just kind of continue the story and take it down.
You can see with that pot that Dennis won there against Filthy Triple. Now he takes over the chip lead. And again, the margins are still pretty tight. Jeremy goes for the 3-bet bluff with King Jack O.
I always think of these as better to 3-bet than flat, but there's a recent guest.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a mistake, was saying there's like merit to flat these King Jack offsuits on here, but there was any thought on being better? Is that?
I mean, in this particular situation, you're never flatting King Jack off in the button. There, I think, was it Petrangelo that said that, or who was it? I think I watched the one with yeah. It's sort of a different spot that I think he's talking about. When you're covering the other guy, you're incentivized to VPIP a little bit more. That's when you can sort of start flatting these and mixing in flats and 3-bets. Here, when you're not incentivized to VPIP a whole lot, King Jack off, I mean, there's going to be some flats because you're still about, 30 deep? But yeah, King Jack O is never going to be a flat in this particular spot. And now I think sevens is just a really good one to bluff. Actually, I didn't see the action too. But I think, yeah, King Jack O. In this particular spot, when it's 4 to a straight and the ace makes the straight, you're going to have to bluff sevens. But I didn't see if that was like a check and flow thing on the. Was check on the turn? Yeah. So I definitely would have bluffed sevens there.
And we're getting to it now. 6-handed stacks are bigger, and 120K level. Martin Finger with ace-9 off is going to pass very close. Would have ran into a real hand there from Dennis. Don't look now. Dennis Valls was in 6th place. He is the chip leader. He's played 37 satellites on for the GGMillion, which is by far the most. To put that in perspective, Chris Frank has played 6, Ognon 4. No one else any. So he's played a lot of satties for this. He is in there finally in the tournament's first final table, 4 appearances, 2nd cash. So looking to capitalize on a really big score. A lot of money up for grabs, 6 left. 96,000. Next will cross into the 6-figure mark here, and a nice 26K pay jump as well. Ace Jack raising. Enrico going to snap fold ace 10. here. I guess with Iago's stack and just close, I would think that's consideration to get involved.
Yeah, you could definitely consider something there. I think the snap fold is kind of just good recognition of the fact that, again, it all comes down to the opening range. That guy's not opening that wide. We're going to snap fold the ace-10. I definitely wouldn't have snap folded it. I would have thought about something, but I think it's nice recognition from Enrico. Here, this looks like a pretty standard. You're just going to jam this one always. King queen suited, and king queen off should fold. Yep.
So many interesting hands today. Just crazy. These are awesome. These really are nice. And aces, put that on the tally. Another one. We're at 6, threatening with the record. And actually, they're a little bit deeper, but you know, the 4s is a strong hand, blind on blind, and they are 2 of the number 1 and 2 stack. Does just call. Pretty wet board. Well, shouldn't say wet. Connected king 9 queen, and Dennis with aces going to be in really good shape, although he may be a bit concerned, and for that reason does check back some queen 9, king 9, queen, king, jack 10. Scary too, some king jack, king 10, queen jack, queen 10 that, you know, maybe going to see what he does on the turn, decide to make it a 2 street hand or at least 1 and safer.
Forced to just be out of here now. There's not really much to do.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty nice. I mean, aces, that anyone knows getting ace at the fountain. Also, listen, it's great to get aces. It's also how sometimes you can early exit or play a big pot and not go your way, go multi-way, you know, or heads up and get out flopped or get it in 4-1 pre and not work out. But definitely welcome to have them. And it is still, again, 6-handed, 6 aces at least handed out today. And it's funny how the distribution works. Here's a pretty brutal looking set of hands as Dennis with the chip lead, not even going to play the button there.
Okay, so he just goes for the open jam, which, yeah, makes sense. I think ace jack O, maybe you still want to min raise this one. You can play some open jams. This one might actually be slightly too strong to just open jam, and you get to induce some rejams from the 2 players on your left and get to call off. But
yeah, Dennis, I mean, showing, again, not a ton of pedigree within the GGMillion in terms of experience, but showing his pedigree, showing his willingness to put it on the line. Sometimes you see the money, you know, 96,000, right? Maybe what he's satelliting in or buying in or coming in, it's a big spot. And they, you know, just when you see that the fear, like, okay, like I'm not going to mess it up. I don't want to risk the chips. I'm going to play cautious. Instead, it's like, all right, pile, go for it, put pressure, cover. And, you know, that's interesting. It's always, again, not the case the majority of the time, I'd say. And when it's kind of unknown or newer players where they're willing to just put it on the line, especially here, right? He's done the hard part. Now it's 6-handed, and he can kind of like sit back a bit, and he's showing us that he's willing to put the pressure on to separate and go for sort of an aggressive portion of this tournament. And queens to 4, deuce, deuce, 7. Nice looking board for queens. Now here, when you have 1.294 in the middle, pretty good, right? Like what? There's some backdoor hands like they suited ace or kings call. Maybe they have a flush draw. Is this when you're looking at size here? Because you're not worried about many hands at this point? Or is this are you cool with this size? Do you think you could go a little different, or is this your hand's so strong in this spot?
I mean, I think with your range, you just want to bet like a pretty small size on the turn here. Basically, your range is just going to be, for the most part, overpairs to the 7 and some bluffs that don't have very much equity outside of clubs. And wow, that's a dirty river.
Cannot believe what just fell. That is nasty. It is like in your head, you're just like, all right. I mean, especially, he doesn't even have the club draw. It's like, oh, the club, but that was if he had ace 10 of clubs, but no, he just has ace 10.
Yeah. So, and Rico is, considering briefly to value jam, but realizes that there's a lot of ace X that is going to be a lot of those floats. Yeah. Well, so
Jeremy gets a little member roll there. That was started the day in second, was in there. If you don't recall, jacks to ace queen to ace queen after he got cooler to aces to ace king, right? That he's had Enrico. Well, I shouldn't say he's had his number, but this is a bad spot for Enrico here. Ace 7 suited, needs help against nines. Can he get some diamonds and ace? Something needs a bunch of help. There's a little sweat. That was the one. Needs a river diamond and an ace as well. Is good. And we're going to go 6-handed. You know, Michael, everyone's having a good time. We're seeing some great play today. Let's keep it rolling as we come in on a 2-hour, 45-minute mark here, just underway. Nines versus queens.
Look at this.
Jack, Martin Finger in there in the mix still, 1.7. He has been competing. These are some real hands. Suited ace-6, queens, nines, king, jack, filthy triple to sides. Not going to play there.
That's a good fold from king, jack suited. Queens is going to play here. Now it's just going to be a 3-bet non all-in. I suppose, let's see how deep they are. Yeah, 3-bet non all-in. And now it's just, okay, where are we at now? Like, how does Enrico perceive this?
I always like to see the sizing when, like, even this, it's small sizing, but he makes it 240, 540. Doesn't make it like, 529, 80, whatever. You make it 5 clean. Is it bluffs? Is it value? Do they always do the same thing? Do players wait? He's got 2 seconds on the shot clock, 11 seconds on the shot clock, 21 seconds on the shot clock. That is a ram bam jam, and Dennis is a big favorite to take us down to 5. Queens to nines has the hearts covered. Diamond available for runners. That is a king of clubs, and that is GG. 5 left. At 4, we'll cue the giveaway. Everyone here is fired up because we've seen some great play today. And Dennis, 6 million. How are we looking on our action dinner wager on the side? I have Martin and Iago. You have filthy triple, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, left. That was a player you just lost, Enrico, and now that is what we have. So I got, what do I have? 3.5, and you have 2.5. I don't think you have anyone else. Dennis Falls, no. You had Enrico. You had the chip leader Ognon. You had Enrico and filthy. So you have 1 left. And King Queen going to go ahead and step into it here. And this could be 4. We might be giveaways getting ready. If you're not hitting that thumbs up or subscribe, you might be behind because we are.
Wow, he folds ace queen O.
Jeremy, man, what is happening today? This has been a wild one. That is wild. That is wild. Was it wild or not that crazy? It seemed like a big fold.
I think that the king queen off jam was a little bit wide. So, like, you don't expect to see king queen off as ace queen there. I think that's why he folded, because he's assuming that the range is tighter. We've seen Iago be pretty wide in certain spots like this. I forget what the first one was. I think it was, it was when he cold called off the ace queen off against the rejam. So
Dennis is in there cooking, man. Ace king, yeah, of course. He's got the, I get it. I'm just saying he's pressing, he's shipping, he's ripping, he's calling, He's kind of had a whole playbook. He's got a little highlight reel today. This might just be called Dennis Vols on my highlight. He's got 2 seconds on the shot clock. We are 2-1. I've never seen 3 shot clocks at 0, and we are a big favorite to see these 3 have no shot clock. It could be 3-handed with 0 shot clock available. I guess Jeremy's got himself positioned well to be in the final 3, but we could see a really shot clock situation going on. Done 582 days of Duolingo in a row. Duolingo and paddle, those are my main focuses outside of family and poker right now, and Portuguese. But that's not an easy language, but it's getting there. We're picking up a few words. Darren Elias, that's a guy. I played him, and I consider myself pretty good at racquetball. And like I've never got beat in anything like he beat me in racquetball after playing for a few years. That was very humbling. And I'm sure he's good at paddle and the racket sports, but that's a fun. He also learned, he went to like one tournament in Brazil. I'm like with numerous years into dating my now wife and like scraping by on paddle and or on Portuguese, and Darren like went for like a during the what was that, the global poker index back then. He was like on a Brazilian team, and he like learned Portuguese like because he was on their team. Like I'm just like, all right. I'm like, all right, bro, like that's fine. Like, okay, high IQ, doing cool stuff. Like, what the hell, man? Like, you just literally beat me like 15-0 in racquetball. I was like cleaning up everyone at Panorama Towers, and then Darren's like, oh, I'll play. Just came over there, was just like couldn't return a serve. I was like, oh wow. Man.
Yeah. You can see Dennis gonna play no walks here with the 8-4 off. Now you can see the separation. Chip leader. This is a spot where he gets to really put on the pressure. Also, no shot clock here for Iago. I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, he's just gonna call. That seems to be sort of the normal play. Maybe he was thinking about jamming or something like that, which I don't think would have been absurd for Iago.
Oh, 2 seconds, 1 second, 21 seconds, 0 seconds now on the clock. And 8-4 Dennis gets called on the flop. And do you go put it at Martin Finger 1.2 million? But he just decides like, look, okay, I see Martin shorter. It doesn't mean I just get to go kamikaze ripping in all the way. But you can see that clock is activated. He has officially no time on 2 double. With 5 left, I've never seen. That's also a reason probably why it's gone a little longer and we're longer people because the shot clocks are being used, right? That's 15 minutes of clock for those 3 players, which is kind of crazy. It means they've used that. Ace Jack.
It's going to be all in. Yeah.
Committing. Yeah, I see the Brazilians out, man. They're just in the mix right now. We are seeing ourselves some 5-handed poker, some good poker going on, some nice plays, nice calls, nice raises, and Jack's ace-4 suited. A little different stage now, 5 left, but Iago ace-4 suited on the puck here, certainly in the participation phase, I would think, but no, decides 5 left, blinds up, doesn't mess around, was against the real hand there. Are you surprised with Iago's game and folding there?
A little bit surprised, but I think it's reasonable.
Yeah,
you can see here.
It's not mandatory. You get a suited ace.
Yeah,
you just got to play every time. It feels like it, but
Dennis picks up a real one in a spot where he's going to be opening pretty wide as a chip leader, and nobody has anything, and nobody has anything here either. Probably just a walk from Queen 4 off here.
Nice ace king suited. Martin Finger king 10. We saw him queen 8 jam the button. This is similar stack.
Yeah,
it's like first in. How can you really pass it? There is 3 hands behind. You're gonna get called sometimes. You're gonna get dominated sometimes, but goes for it. And ace king suited tier 1, licking the chops for a possible knockout of again probably the most experienced by far player remaining. I can say that confidently, even though I don't know necessarily Filthy. I'm sorry, yeah, Filthy triple there as king 10 needs a 10, needs some help, needs a straight. The ace
it's gonna be tough. Backdoors,
that is GG, as he got part of that backdoor, needed a jack queen or the running hearts, and that is it. So 4 left, giveaway time. Gonna get it queued up, and we will again play to a winner with 2 players on no clock. See if Filthy triple can maintain that 20 seconds. And Jeremy going to start opening here. Jack queen suited, pretty nice looking hand on the big blind, closing the action.
Probably just want to rip this one.
All right, so the keyword's going to be GGWSOP space Jozoff, and then insert your GGPoker username. Don't need to put it 100 times. All right, you can put it once. You will be eligible. If you do it too many times, you actually run the risk of not getting picked because you have a new system of how it's selected. So I just want to warn you, don't need to do it 100 times. You can do it twice, but don't be in there putting it every time, please. And there we go. We are going to do it. All right, so your pick now. Anything change? Currently, stacks have moved. There's four
bet jam, the ace-5 suited. And now that actually shakes things up a lot because Dennis now loses that separation to Jeremy.
All right, we're about at 100 thumbs up. Yeah, it does. Definitely does change things. Must hit the thumbs up. Must be subscribed. Good luck. $50 ticket, 100 to follow. And I'm going to do my Twitter. I'm going to announce it while we're on the show. And this, I think there's a chance I forgot last week, to be honest. I'm going to double check that. I'm going to get you guys a $50 ticket on my Twitter before the show ends. Only 20 of you so far eligible for that. I'll put that link in right now. You guys can guess who you think wins. Retweet it. And I'll get that queued up. I will make sure I pick someone here. I'm going to get that. King Deuce, Ace Queen, the River King, Iago. Scary board. Oh, I'm sorry. The Ace Queen is a straight, the nut straight, as a matter of fact, but 4-line heart, not seeing any value to squeak out there. Can't blame him. Does take it. Filthy triple. Gets it. Nice pots. 3 million. Very even right now.
Yeah, and you can see 3 of the 4 guys have no time bank. I don't think I've ever seen that either.
That's crazy. That's a first time.
Yeah.
First time, set in history. Anytime on GGMillion, you can say set in history. That's nice. That is something. And we are officially closing very close on a 3-hour show and still 4 left. But again, things can go up quickly. Giveaways coming. We got 3 giveaways of $100, $50, and $50 at least on mine. If we get 100 on mine, I'll do 100, but we're a ways away from that on the tweet. Jeff Gross Poker. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck all around. Three clocks. Yeah, so somehow.
Pretty unfair time bank situation, he says.
Yeah, if somehow Jeremy goes out in there, we'd have a 3-way no shot clock. Oh no, he does have, what's he have? He has 9 seconds left. 9 seconds. Ace 3. Go ahead and shoot it on up. King Jack, do you put the pressure? Do you come back over the top, or do you just move to the next one at the moment? Does give it up. Ace 3, aggression. Dennis Vols, man, he's played great. He has played great.
Yep, this should be an open jam here from the 7-6. Hello? Wow, he just min raises. I think that's something where he's a little bit under time pressure, and this is a really clear open jam spot for 7-6 suited. And that's sort of the problem, right? You get rejammed on by King 8 suited, which would have had to snap fold.
All right. Well, with that being said, the giveaway is pending. We're going to announce the winner of the giveaway when we come back. We'll have another $100 giveaway. I'm going to take a short break. We'll see you in a moment.
In case you haven't noticed, we're into breaking records at the World Series of Poker. Bigger and better is just how we roll. We did it this summer, as you saw, with the main event. Speaking of the main event, the WSOP just had a super idea for this year's WSOP Paradise in the Bahamas. For the first time ever, WSOP will host the super main event, a $25,000 buy-in with the biggest guarantee in the history of poker. Wait, is that number right? 50 million? What? 50 million? You guys are nuts, for real. Huge prize pools, massive water slides, fun for the whole family, and the chance to hunt bracelets with the beautiful backdrop of the Bahamas beaches just a few sandy footsteps away from the poker room. 15 bracelets will be on the line with buy-ins ranging from $2,500 up to $1 million. Yes, you heard that right, a $1 million buy-in. The WSOP has partnered with the Triton Millions to bring the largest poker tournament in WSOP history back home. So what are you waiting for? Come make history with us again at WSOP Paradise.
All right, welcome back. Four-handed play continues. I will announce the winner very shortly as we get down to three-handed. I'll cue the next $100 ticket. And we are again getting a treat today all around. Jozoff joins us for the commentary today as we are seeing some stuff. Anything like, what would be, when you watch this for you personally, what is the category that you would say that you're paying the most close attention to? Because you do battle with these guys. It's sort of like a forced, study session, not just like reviewing, clicking through hands. You get to get the tempo, the timing, get to really know and see players. Some of the guys, like, what would be, don't have to give away specifically on someone, but what would be a type of note you might make?
I think tempo and timing are pretty interesting. You clicking through hands, like you said, you don't get to see that. Could you pick up some timing tells and stuff like that? And just people's tendencies. Are they too wide in ICM? Are they too tight? Do they know how to play the chip lead? Just sort of stuff that you sort of pick up throughout watching something like this.
Timing really is interesting. It's fun to see at Triton, some of the stuff too with the time bank cards. You get a lot and kind of use that in certain spots that are like, do you ever feel like someone's like it's unethical or they're taking the pit, like the absolute, the utmost disrespect with it? Or is it like, listen, you get time bank cards, you should use that? Or is it like almost overkill or sort of like too much?
I think, I was listening to Chidwick on Jonathan Jaffe's podcast the other day, and they were talking about this. And I've done this myself. I'm not going to pretend like I haven't. Like, it's sort of this thing where nobody likes it, but if you ask everybody on an individual level, they feel like they have to do it. So is there a way that we can sort of self-police in such a way that makes it so that it's not that accepted? Because right now the state of tanking and using your time banks for that is like, well, it's in everyone's best interest to do it for themselves, so we kind of just accept that. And there are sort of unwritten rules of poker, like, for example, if somebody's cards get exposed, pretty much all of the high stakes guys will say, hey, like, I saw the 7 of hearts or whatever, so similar to that, if we can sort of create some unwritten rules around tanking, it would be great. I don't think it's unethical because it's within the rules and people do it openly. It's not like people are hiding, I wouldn't call it unethical, but I think it's overall bad for the game and definitely bad for the viewership of the game.
Yeah, well said. Makes sense. It is tricky, and again, it's just it's part of it. All right, well, I appreciate a lot of people in here putting in the hearts and the energy, and we are gonna announce it once we're over 100 on the thumbs up. Must be hit the thumbs up, must be subscribed. Good luck. There it is. We're over 100. We're gonna announce the $50 ticket. We're gonna do the 100 as well. Lot of giveaways to go, and this is exciting down the stretch. Chess clock, no time. Every street's going to be turbo pretty much for the majority of the players here. How did you start with your role online? Did you like deposit? Did you get staked? Did you come in with free rolls? What was sort of your upstart with poker?
Well, I started playing real. I wasn't staked at the beginning. I was I came in just playing with my own money, but I was playing really small. I was playing like, when I was in college, playing on like Bovada and stuff, playing on like $11 tournaments and $7. And in hindsight, I wasn't even really rolled for those. Like, I had like $500 or $1,000 or something in my bank account, and I would be playing like up to $20, $50 stuff, which is obviously not remotely rolled for that. But at that time, I was like 19 years old, no concept of bankroll management, whatever. So yeah, that's kind of how it started. And then built up the roll some by playing live cash, and then I think in 2022, I won the circuit main for like 160K. in LA with all of myself, and that was like the thing that helped the roll, take off a little bit.
Yep, that's nice. And I'll tell you what's nice is ace queen just calling against king 4 and hitting the ace 6-5 board against king 4 off. This is stat just decides not to go for it here, having the lead in the hand. Interesting. And now just gets out of the way. So Dennis, interesting hand there too, how that was played out. All right, I'm gonna announce the winner here. The winner is for the $50. Banger Wins. That's the name, ATH Banger. That is the user nickname. So Banger Wins. That's a $50 winner. Let's see, the user nickname, YouTube name is Banger Wins. Congrats on the 50. We'll get the 100 here rolling once we get down to 3-handed. But there you go. Hopefully you can use that ticket and do something nice with it. $100 coming up. We're going to get that one ready for you guys here. As we see the 3-6 versus 9-10, 3-6 Iago pairing that bottom pair. See if Filthy Triple can hold on to his time bank. Probably won't burn any with the 9-10 off here, although he does use some time here. So he is thinking, whoa, interesting. Interesting to burn clock on that one, but
yeah.
yeah, this is still wide open. 3 million. Their blinds are up 8160, so around 20 blinds for the shorter stacks, and then what? The 6 million at 160 blinds, so 6.4 would be 40 blinds, so a little less than that. As we see 2 suited hands here and a ace-8 suited. What a flop! Top pair, nut flush draw.
Yeah, he's not going to have a customer here, but nice flop nonetheless. And you can kind of feel it, right? Like there's going to be that one big pre-flop collision that's coming that's going to shift everything. All it takes is one ace king versus jacks, and the entire trajectory of this is different.
Yeah, it's definitely that time.
Definitely here. He could just go with the open jam, king jack off. A fold. Goes for the 3-bet bluff here with the A7-0 button versus cutoff. And it's the snap fold. So, yeah. Now you can see Dennis sort of propelling into the lead.
Yeah.
Pretty big separation now. This could be an open jam.
We haven't had anyone double second, or really at the whole time, which is like sometimes a lot of time that's the majority of the time during this tournament. And at the final table, as it finally has happened, and he's going to feel a little more comfortable. Up to 7 million finally. 4 left. Let's wait for one more to go out, and then we'll put in the.
This could be it right here.
Ace 10 king jack. Oh wow, we could definitely have the 3-0 clock moment here. Ace 10 suited and Oz played though. Does he want to call it off? Probably not, right? With the ICM.
Yeah, he folds. It depended on how he would have played that. If he went for like an open, if he went for like an open jam there, then yeah, it would have been called off. But
Ace king, no messing around. Rips it in. Little bit of roulette here, right? For second. Obviously no guarantees, but to get down to 3-handed, the three mil stacks, not looking to be the one to call off. Here's a pretty convenient shove with force. And queen jack suited reluctantly. Can't really do much, but just say what could have been. as 10-5 suited, 7.5 mil. Gonna come in for it. Gonna work.
Yeah, he gets to be really wide here.
Yes, he seems to understand the situation and what is working for him, and he is chipping up. And king queen off. Maybe this one though we saw could just be the jam, right? Versus
yeah, it should be with the offsuit one. Maybe you want to just open jam this. He could go for limp, but 20. It's a little bit. It's 21 bigs or so. So it's it goes for a min raise. This is interesting.
Yeah, probably not. That's not on the conventional one. And gonna be a pretty safe place against that particular hand though. Spades, Jack X, draw heavy board, 2 pair gonna come out betting. Top 2 gonna just get it done there.
Yep.
Fours against the min raise. Dennis
goes for the jam. He's taking a lot of these jams. I think he has to be a little bit careful because the ICM pressure is sort of baked into the opening range, if you know what I mean. Like, they're not opening super wide, so you can't just start jamming everything against them because they're already opening tighter.
Yeah, the ace jack, that's probably like, yeah, he literally is thinking in his head like that stinks. So
yeah,
now here
this could be ace 9-0 could try to punish here because this is obviously a super wide open. He just happens to have kings.
We are officially with triple zeros
here we go
on the clock out of these 4. And honestly, this is, yeah, king's got his wish. Says
don't time out.
Yeah, right.
Emoji. He was doing the emoji. Like, Jesus.
Or does he want to? You never know. Could. Nope. Yeah. So far, got the spades covered as well. Needs an ace on the river. We're gonna be down to 3-handed poker and queue up that $100 giveaway if it is clean. There it is. Good game. Bosorchi to Iago. Going to go out, and those 3 remaining players are locked up a very nice prize pool, over 200,000, 256, about 55K pay jump. Then talk about the heads up match that will ensue for a large amount of money as well. But we are going to queue. The giveaway is going to be keyword $100 giveaway. And it will be WSOP Bahamas.
He just rips the 3s from the button there.
Yeah, first to 10 million now. 10 million. Dennis really looking in good shape here. Really looking in good shape. The Twitter giveaway likely going to be 50. Don't see another 30 plus getting involved, but we're going to put that one last time for the show today. That'll be $50 in cash, not in a ticket. And that's it. That's it. I'm going to announce the winner for the 100 in a sec. Once we get the heads up. Man, all those years playing online, I just wish I had my like 4 monitors set up, comfortable chair, good internet, good lighting, everything. And I was just on like a laptop running out of hotels on like terrible internet, hoping to even get internet. And just, it's so much nicer to play on like a proper setup than on like hoping, hotel to hotel internet and crazy stuff. Technology now too, it's like a lot of parts of the world too, all the internet's better, right? A lot of the fiber and stuff is just much better than it was. But how often are you playing online these days? Do you get to play a fair amount, or you're playing playing? How do you mix live and online currently?
After the WSOP, I took a little bit of a break, I guess. I mean, well, no, because in September I was playing. I played Poker Masters in Vegas, and I played some of the GG series as well. After Poker Masters, what was it called? The bracelet, the bracelet stuff. So I played after WSOP. I played online for pretty much all of August, and then I played some Poker Masters live, and I played some. Yeah, the bracelets in September, and then October and November I've been kind of sort of chilling more. The online schedule's not quite as big, so but yeah, ready to get back into it. Ready to play some live coming up in the next couple weeks.
Where
Florida first, and then Bahamas.
Oh, that's right. I know you said that, but that's right now. I forgot that. Yeah, Florida's literally because I always go home for Thanksgiving, giving for almost always for that time. So it's tough because I know they have good stuff here at the Hard Rock. It's right down the road too. It's
Yeah.
a little frustrating because I can't go to Thanksgiving, really get home and then do that. So
Yeah, it looks like we might just see 7 bigs. Let's see if he wants to play a min raise here or not. He just goes for the open jam, so ace 4 suited should call 7 bigs, and
yeah, I mean, King's favorite, but we know ace 4 suited, powerful hand, over 30%, does not get a good flop there. Needs ace running straight, not going to be a running straight. 6.82%, no good. Keep it going. But Dennis, very comfortable, has both players roughly the same stack and a big lead. So pretty.
Yep.
What percent of the time you think Dennis wins in this makeout, this shakeout?
Probably like 60, 65. Yeah. Because a lot of weird stuff can still happen heads up. And I think a lot of poker players know how often they've been in this spot and did not close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And the $100 giveaway going to announce a moment. Doing my Twitter one here in a sec as well. And then we will get some heads up, likely. Very rare. I don't think we've ever seen a double knockout that I've done, at least on GGMillion. I've never seen it, which it's happened before in tournaments. But are you surprised by that? That it would never happen? Or I mean, it's very hard for it to be a double knockout, right?
Well, yeah, at an FT, it's pretty rare because you just don't see that much multi-way action in general, right? So yeah, it's pretty rare. It's never happened though. You said in the history of GGMillion's final tables.
That I've been a part of. I've been here for years, but it's possible. Before there was some, possible. But maybe I'll get clarification. Ask if we can go stat check that. But I don't believe so. I do not believe that has been. And 7-5, 2 pair, flushes, straights, best hand, but just gonna get it. Seven, 10 suited, Dennis.
It'd just be a jam. Yep. Yeah, Dennis can go really, really wild here.
Give me an example of a hand that's even not crazy.
The jam from the button.
So there in that spot. How wide?
6-4 suited, any suited king, any suited queen, any suited jack, jack 3 suit, like just whatever. They just can't call. Yeah. If it's blind versus blind, you can jam 7-3 off for whatever amount of it, like 14 bigs.
Well, 8's A7 suited. This is one you'd prefer to have 8's than
not here.
Ace king here, right? I mean, generally like to have. Oh, he's just gonna rip it. Oh, snap call A7.
Yeah, that's an induce from A7 suited. So we'll see. Counterfeit opportunities. There's one of them. So an ace or a king. Nope. And this thing is close again.
Yep, tilt is right. So you're aligned with the induce A7 suited there? You think it's better, or it's close to just maybe
Was that A7 or A8?
A7 suited?
A7. Yeah. Yeah, I think raise calling is pretty fine there. He's going to be. It depends on how wide he's jamming in that particular spot. It's not actually like a 7-3 off spot. So yeah, I think he's going to be raising a lot. He obviously isn't giving any walks, so you have to induce a little bit wider because you're going to be raising hands like, like 9-5 off and stuff and 8-4 off. So you have to induce a little bit wider to balance that out. This is going to be a fold.
Yeah, A7 suited. Definitely things could have gone a little differently. Instead, as you said, 60% of the time now that changes dramatically. Now it's 7 million, 6 million, another guy involved, three-way. And the first part of that puzzle changes that a lot, as it is still three-handed. And Dennis Valls, who did come in the day as 6th place. So interesting that we had the 6th place, 5th place, and 2nd place that are in three-handed. So definitely not chalk today. A little bit of volatility. All right, come on, guys. Gotta hit the sub. Well, someone who won maybe didn't hit it. Gotta hit the thumbs up and be subscribed. That is part of the giveaway. GGWSOP space Bahamas at 125 plus. I'll think about hitting it, picking a winner. We are at 113. We still have three-handed poker left. It can go very quickly, though. You know how that is.
Should just get it done here. Pretty big bet.
Queen 6 suited. New situation now. Got plenty of chips going to open. Dennis now all of a sudden realizing that he can not be chip leader pretty quickly here, as he is going to, let's see, is he going to just get out of the way? That seems reasonable. Pretty close between the two, 5.7, 6.7, and the Queen 5 blind on blind. Would you say these are one of the least practice, like the heads up? Obviously, just people don't spend a ton of time on it. It's rare, but then also like three-handed poker, it's a little tricky, right? It's sort of
three-handed poker. Yeah, three-handed can definitely get tricky for sure. It's weird because heads up and three-handed stuff is actually the easiest to run because they have the smallest game trees because you don't have to go through like 8 people. So it's actually like the quickest to run in solvers and stuff. But for some reason, people just never do it. Or I shouldn't say never, but probably not enough.
Right, and that's also where the majority of the money is. Look at the payouts here. We're talking 327 to 200 and 256, right? It's like, all right, you get here and then you're like, oh, well, I'm not sure. I could have spent more time. It's like, yeah, probably is a good thing to do, is look into it more. But yeah, I will be playing the Bahamas. See some good questions all around today. Some great interaction with the audience. John G, I will. What about you, my friend? Are you going down? Again, a lot going on there in the Bahamas, and plenty of events and side events and action other than just the Tritons and the 26K 50 mil. Of course, it's pretty high stakes, even though it's a great value. It's still a different big tournament. And yeah, appreciate, man. Geralda Andrade, very kind words. Say, look at the Brazilians too. They stick around. Some of them, their guy might have gone out, but they're still watching, learning, taking it in. And a very exciting day. I'll say this has definitely set some records in terms of length. We're already 3 hours and 20 minutes in, so it's up there in the top, I'd say 5% of shows, and we still have more to play, right? This has a chance to be the longest ever. I don't have an official. It's not like the Borgata where I got the record printed on the table and I know what that is, but I think 3.5 hours is 3/4 is like kind of getting towards the record, especially from a non-special, like a WSOP bracelet or GGMillion special edition one, because this is healthy 330, but some of these GGMillions are over $1 million to first, and more people, more entries, more chips. This is definitely, again, we talked about it, the shakeout, right? The breakout of chips, the really middling consolidated for a good portion leads to that this sort of outcome on that. 2-3, a little bit of speeding, a little bit of back ambitious, maybe one with this particular holding not that interested in continuing. May just.
And you can see the stacks, Jeff. We're back. Everyone's dead even again.
Yeah.
Seems almost fitting.
Queen 8 gets it done. 6-point blinds up 250K level, new one unlocked. Also in terms of record levels, yeah, we're getting up there. All kinds of stuff, all kinds of new things, records. I actually saw yesterday this Pat L video. I was looking at it and I seen some like NBA college with some of these like dunks where they break the glass, like the rim, they come down. I've seen some paddle highlights where guys have like fully gone through the paddle glass, which is pretty crazy. Like I didn't know that was even really possible, but yeah, I guess some pretty strong guys and maybe some cut corners on some glass makes for can happen, but really some nasty gnarly wipeouts.
We're gonna chop this one up.
Yeah, both feeling good about it. Diamonds, no one with any diamonds. 4-7 would be a bigger straight. Snap call, no reason in his mind to raise. Gonna be good, gonna chop, and does lose to some hands. Does just call.
Yep. Number 6, right? Aces, even though it's nothing happens here.
7.
7.
Sure.
7.
4-7. Also
Wow.
another record that's in reach or definitely in the podium position of history. Ace King 5-9. Not much going here. Dennis, does he just come in attack? He covers. Gonna imagine this is a upstairs raise. It's interesting. What are you debating with when you raise like 3.5x or 2.5? What are some factors of that to decide?
It's usually a function of how deep you are. So here they're playing less than 20 bigs deep. So you're not going to make it like 4x or 3.5x. It's just a little bit too big relative to the effective stacks at play. So you're more apt to go here. I would probably go like either 2.8 or 3 or something like that. It's the walk. So Dennis hopefully trying to get back out to another lead here. Real hand with 10s, but no customers behind. Yeah, Jeff, it's interesting what you're saying about the paddle thing, Padel. I don't know. I feel like I've almost been like socially, like societally pressured to get into it, and maybe there's good reason. You know, it's a lot of fun. Everyone says so. And also coming from, yeah,
workout. You know, like pickle. I'll play it. I think it's like the fun factor and the skill, like where I'm looking to do, because I don't want to play tennis. I mean, it's just like the gap's too big of skill and like learning to serve, and like it's just slow too. You hit point, wait. That else kind of like really fast. Points over, you right back in serving. That you get quick burst. It's the cardio's great. It's like sprints, short sprints, and movement. It just seems like the perfect sort of hybrid thing, you know. So I get it though. I can see some like tennis purists where it's like, oh, it's like, you know, like I get it. Listen, the highest level stuff, tennis, college, even above, like great, you know, play, battle, good points, it's fun and stuff. But just like, yeah, for like a beginner, of like with your buddies, like let's say poker, you know, it's like it's just a great game. You could just kind of quickly get close on. Whereas tennis, like, you know, you're not just gonna like go and battle someone who's played tennis for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all.
No, it's true. I mean, the gap, right? Like the gap between, you know, somebody who's just like if you're playing tennis, you know, you can't, and you're just starting out, you can't really go and play with your buddy, you know, who's been playing for 10 years or who played in college or something like that. I'm a little surprised to see 9-8 off limp here as opposed to just open jam. You want deal? I don't think he knows there is no deals.
It could be a level. He could be showing that he's tight and then just go savage, like just beast mode, man. You know, that's advanced. That's advanced, right? Just, oh yeah, let's deal. I'm playing tight. Boom, just kick it up.
You see what this guy, right? All caps. I want trophy. All caps.
It really is. This is good. Ace 4 suited, King 5, Ace 4 has a pair and some good backdoors. King 5 just got a little spade going. He's got things working in his mind. Maybe feels this is nice to attack. And of course, the guy who's asking for a deal. Let's go. Put a little pressure on. You think he knew or not? He must. Maybe he doesn't know. I don't know. I tried to get his profile. He hasn't played a lot. It looks like he's actually no. He's only played twice cash. He probably doesn't know though. He's been in a final table. No, I'm sorry. It's his first final table. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know. This is insane. Look at this. He goes with the 3-bet. He says, "I want trophy." Hits him with a 3-bet on the flop against. Wow. And he gets looked up by Ace 4. So it goes bet, raise, check raise, 3-bet click, call. And Ace 4 calls. Now he actually turns some equity. He could hit a. Wow, and he actually just rivers the best hand with King 5.
I mean, yeah. This is
a wild hand. Yeah.
Check and win, and that is a interesting hand for sure. That's another one.
That is a very important hand. That could be the hand that decides this thing, because now he's back. He's got them back where he wants them.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat. And there is 126,000 between third and first for sure. Critical pot there. Ace 3. Now he's back in the grip it, rip it.
Yep.
And put it on, and he's got him right literally where it started. 3 million each. $10 mil, 3 mil, 3 mil. It's almost crazy. It's literally the same, exact same spot. Queen 6 off. He says he wants.
He actually folds.
He passes that one. And 5-10 a man, each one with the 10-5, pretty not appetizing. Hold on, I'm gonna let this go. The heads up, I told you I'll pick the winner. We're at 113, and we're gonna come in. He goes for the very small raise, 119 right now. Appreciate everyone here today. Been a fun one. Make a good highlight reel. King 10, Jack 7, and nines. Nines, massive hand, three-handed here.
Folds the Jack 7, so this is probably a collision here now. It should be open jam call. Yep.
On the line, filthy triple, slightly behind in chips. If nines can hold, we'll be heads up, and that is pretty nice. Needs running. Well,
nope, it's a boat.
That's a boat. No boat. Heart looked exciting, but it's not. That is heads up. We are down heads up. We'll pick the winner here for the $100 ticket in a sec. Give you guys another chance to hit the thumbs up and subscribe, and then we will play heads up for the winner, and we will have a potentially, no, we do. We have a new champion, correct? We have got ourselves a new champion, and that is 44 and 27, 73K. Big match, heads up. And Dennis says he wants the trophy. The two that we're talking, we have the one who won the deal and the one who won the trophy. 2-1 lead, give or take, for it all. As we see, Dennis Balls came in with, I believe, 55 blinds, was in 6th. And Jeremy was in 2nd, 71. And no, I'm sorry. Dennis had 22 blinds in 6th against 71 to start. So that's kind of where it started. And we do not have a 0-0 shot clock. We do see Jeremy with some 4 minutes left. See if that comes into play at all. You can see the stats again to re-clarify the stats on the right and the left there. You can see what their previous GGMillion earnings were, and you also can see what their day one stats. So that means
look at this
Sunday. Wow, that's like a Phil Ivey hand, right? That queen in the Monaco, that like back raise, re-raise type of just craziness. But yeah, so you can see what their stats are for this tournament, and actually very similar. If you see only ATS different, the VPIP the same, pre-flop raise basically the same, 3-bet. So there you go. You want a winning formula, Mike? You want to take a look at what works in GG Millions? These are the stats you're looking to kind of mimic. These guys are heads up and playing with it. What is ATS again? So that's all time stat.
No, it's I think it's attempts to steal or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. In all time.
Like steal.
Yeah.
Attempting to steal or attempts to steal.
Yeah, really. Not everything else pretty spot on between the two.
Jeremy jumps out to the lead here.
Yeah, so Jeremy again came in second. Dennis has played 37 satellites in this tournament. I don't know if that means like, I believe that means satellite like that they've won. No, I guess that means they've played, because I don't think no, he hasn't. He's only appeared 4 times. Interesting. Heads up, computer hand, queen 7 off. Those watching, that means if you get dealt that is like, if you get queen 8, that means you're likely the average. Statistically, you'd have a little better than average starting hand. If it's queen 6, a little worse. You can see the distribution, and when you can feel confident, obviously doesn't mean that that's the case. That is just the average. And here 6, 7, and 9, 7. 9, 7 is got a little more potential. The gut shot over now open-ended with the club. 6, 7 has gut shot with top pair. So both pretty reasonable hands in heads up play. And a brick.
See if we see the follow through here. Kind of interesting one to one. Dennis limped pre, Jeremy checked, and then let out on the 6-5 deuce all clubs. He does follow through for half pot.
Dennis made some great calls today.
And gets the fold.
I could have seen that going either way with the
Yeah.
play.
Didn't have much time to think about it though. Remember, we got 4 minutes in tie bank compared to 0. So that's a big advantage in heads up.
Yeah, if you're Jeremy, if you don't have a decision and you know what you're doing, you do want to play quickly, right? You want to just give them time to think. That's one maybe misconception. Yeah, it's nice to have the time and like, oh, it's an asset. Let me just use it. But no, you don't want to use it if you don't need it, because you give them time to think. So let's see how that works. As again, it's definitely a disadvantage to have no clock. Depends how much, and obviously the cards dictate a lot of heads up. I think I've heard different guests. I've asked what they think the average is if you play heads up. It's the margins are pretty thin, right? In a one-time sample battle, like things can really go various ways. And ace-5 will kick it up. Kick it up. We are in for a long one today. Gotta announce it here. I'm gonna hit the $100 ticket. Give you guys another 1 minute, and just could be over in a moment. Could be over in a while. We've seen some long heads up, and I should know the longest stream ever. But I mean, honestly, we're at what? Because of daylight savings, 1:45. So we're at 3 hours and a half, over 3.5 hours. This could be a record, honestly. Like 3.5 already, and we're heads up, and they're not like super short.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a long one for sure. King 9 turns the straight here. What happened on the flop in this one? I was looking at
I also was just.
He check raised. Okay, hang on. We got to get back to this. He check raised 6-4 off on the flop on Queen 10-10. Pretty, yeah, but it's pretty out of line check raise there. Pretty good flop for 3 deuce off.
Yep. 2-3 off. I mean, there's some hands you really don't want to see, but against the majority, you are in great shape. The board does pair, but again, heads up, flopping a straight, pretty fantastic. King Queen, good hand in the hold'em to start. Not on that board with that type of action. Going to get away from it. And I'm going to go ahead. If anyone can tell me if they know the law, I think we're in contention. This is definitely going to be one of the 3 longest because I think we're almost there. So then whatever else could be bonus time. I've definitely had a few 3.5, but we're over that 335 and change running. And we are seeing again some interesting shakeout on the it's funny. I guess you can't really tell, right? You really just, that's the reality on, like, when you look at it, it can be fast or slow. It doesn't necessarily matter. Okay, there's more entries than normal, but
Yeah,
blinds, I think it's just like, oh yeah, it should be fast or not. Like, no, you really don't know. It just depends. But this is an uncanny shakeout of chips and distribution, and 7-handed when we were all about even was that was crazy. And
this could be interesting.
This is
Open ender for queen 7 plus the diamond, bottom pair, and then flush draw for 10-4. This could be interesting. He does just call. That's going to probably slow some stuff down.
He did say he wants the trophy. Maybe looking to take the variance down at this point. He can taste it. He's got the lead. That's always fun and interesting dynamic. Ooh, quite a run out there. Little teeter-totter seesaw. But when to not be too careful, right? When your head's up and you want to finish the job, it's hard to win. You got the lead. Do you put pressure? Do you be careful? Do you ever find yourself, interesting swing there, do you ever find yourself kind of getting in caught in limbo on that? Like, I want to win so bad. Like, I know I'm supposed to be aggressive. I want to be, but I also don't want to, like, but you think you have a skill edge. You don't want to, like, give it up.
Yeah, I think the amount of variance you're trying to play with just depends on how much of a skill edge you perceive yourself to have. You know, if you think you're a big favorite, probably you don't need to maybe take a super close marginal all-in spot or something like that. And if you perceive yourself to be a dog and the other guy is just like a heads-up legend, then maybe you want to find yourself all in and try to get it in as, put the cards on their backs.
Yep. King deuce, queen 10, barreling into top pair. That's not going to get it done, certainly on the turn. And the river pair's pretty safe, looking for the queen 10, of course, lose to hands. Yeah, I think the longest ever was with Phil Locke, but that was a special edition. That was when it was 4 million to first, and that was not GGMillions. That was 4 hours, 28 minutes, but that's what I'm being told. But that was a 5K WSOP main event on here.
Right.
So that was not a, again, he's going to rip it there on that size. Interesting. That was with no pregame, 4 hours, 28 minutes. That is a healthy show. But listen, I used to stream, man. I used to stream Twitch 4 hours, 3 hours, 55 hours, nothing. I used to go 12, 15 at a 25-hour stream once. This is relaxing. This is fun. What's your longest you've ever played a session? I mean, you probably had some with start early, time zone, go deep. I mean,
I mean, I've never had like a crazy like 20 plus hour, but I've definitely had over 12. Yeah, I think probably 16 hours, probably. Yeah. Longer for live though, actually. Been some cash games for, over 16 hours before. You ever play any like private games and you're just there for like 30 hours straight?
Yeah, I've played some insane sessions, more so back in the day. And when I started to, in particular, I would go to casino, play like 1-2, stuff like play for like 36 hours and do some wild
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. Yeah.
It's been a while. Phil Locke has that record. Speaking of Phil Locke, he you know his Guinness World Record. You know this? He had at the time.
No.
He played
No.
116 hours straight.
Oh.
Bellagio.
At the Bellagio, right? Yeah, no, I did hear about that. He was allowed to take.
I stopped by. Like he couldn't take coffee. Yeah. Oh, this is on the back. Ace 10, King 9. King 9 would end it, or diamond straights. Possible clean flop to get Jeremy back in it. Turn clean. Needs a king or 9, 6 outs, 1 to come, or we will be still heads up. It is an ace, and Jeremy is gonna be well back in it. So he's taking it a little less than 2 to 1. But yeah, that was so he had to book a win. Couldn't use any drugs like caffeine or Adderall or anything. Got tested throughout, booked a win. And the best part was Antonio Sfandiari. It's one of my closest friends. Him and Phil are like, you know, they've been closest forever. And they were battling. Antonio came to try to ruin his record. He literally came in there and was like going for him and like got it all in and wouldn't run it twice or was doing something like trying to go after him after like 3 kids. I mean, dude, that is not, I'm telling you, be up for like 5 days. That is not like,
yeah, that's insane. No, I pulled it all-nighter last week, and the day after I was just dead. So,
well, like, the crazy part was I remember Phil telling me that he had to stop. It wasn't because he was tired. He wasn't tired, and it was like he was starting to get a little weirded out, right? Like, of course, like you start wondering to get into some like paradigm shift of you know, like
right, yeah, of course.
Yeah, they stopped doing those Guinness World Records in general. Like I think for there's
safety reasons.
It was like 14 days or 12 days or something crazy, man. I'd love to talk to that person now. It's got to be. I hope they're okay because there is nothing normal about that. And here we go, Ace 5, cooking it up with the little comeback, tightening a little more. We have got ourselves that. Why? Of course. Listen, if you didn't think it was going to be about 1-to-1 heads up in this day, you knew this was just going to happen. This is just how it meant to be. It's just too close to call. They want the trophy. They want the money. Big swing for both these players. Going to be a first-time GGMillion winner here. And 125 thumbs up. We're at 127. And those giveaway, anyone who came on hunting a giveaway, Jeff Gross Poker Twitter, got over 30 on there. So a good shot for that for you for 50 cash as well. And all right, we're gonna announce it. I gotta find it. I just was drawing it here. Where is the $100 winner? All right, I am getting it. I'm getting it done.
Pretty interesting pot here. He check raises Jack 4. And barrels turn here, and he's going to get it done probably with the best hand. And although 6-4 does have a double gutter. Wow, he jams as a bluff and takes it down. That's insane. These guys are playing, man. That's insane.
All right.
And this could be it right here. This is going to be it.
5s, Ace 6. This
the Ace 6 has to call.
Has to call. I mean, it'd be a flip, pure flip, fake flip. He does call 11 million 5s to take it down. It is an
oh my god
right away though. It is ace right away. Needs the now 5 on the river for about 5%, or else we will continue and flip it again. Keep it rolling. I'm going to announce the winner. That was too close. I got to announce the winner here. It's at Vinicius Ventura Goncalves. Congrats to you. Your name on GG is Drogon7. Good luck to you, my friend. $100 ticket. Congrats. And again, man, more giveaways to come. Maria Konnikova will join us next week as the special guest on the show. Luke Greenwood also confirmed coming weeks. So we got some huge names coming up again. Maria just won a bracelet online on WSOP. Congrats to her. I know that was her first, and she's worked hard, written books, done a lot in poker, very tight with Eric Seidel, and knows her stuff, and good to see her get that done. And again, we'll talk to her about that. I guess I know there was a bit of controversy, but again, I think actually, you know, I'm going to look it up because I'm curious now. I think she, it might have been like 60 people where she rebought 4 times or something, you know, like that. Like, and then it was like Norman Chad saying something kind of like funny, like, oh, like, well, congrats to, you know, like beating, rebuying or whatever. And she was basically like, look, it's like the rules of the tournament. Like, yeah, we bought it's a bracelet. Like, you know, I mean, what do you mean? Like, whatever. It's like, wait, it's just something like that. Like, got into this
Hang
debate.
on. Here we go. Here again.
Oh, Jack 7, 6-7. Jack 7 in the lead. 6-7 needs help, and we could
9, 4,
continue
6. So
for
sweet.
more as the river
Wow.
is the 8, and that is going to be, again, another flip, 11.7 to 5 million. We're going to keep on rolling. And let's see, Maria Konakova. Does it show on? Does it not show on Hendon Mob? I thought they do put bracelets on there. No.
Maybe not for online. I don't know. Depends on the. Some onlines they do for sure. Like I've definitely seen those, but some maybe they don't for like Pennsylvania. Or I don't know if it was Pennsylvania or whatever.
That might have been. It might have been something else. Anyway, that is weird though. It doesn't show on there. I guess it would probably show on like her Wikipedia or something. Or anyway, that was that. Some may be able to elaborate on that, but I remember there was a bit of a debate on that. So anyway, there we go. 6 million, 10 million. We're rolling. We are rolling on. We're gonna roll on. We've given the giveaways. Yeah, this is again feels like they're putting them in now. Blinds are up. We're at 350 level again. Might be the record for the non-special edition. We are in a 3 hour 45 minute. Of course, we're not counting the pregame. So yeah, we're in the mix right now. 7-3, Queen 7, hearts, and Jeremy. Maybe he's gonna run out of time bank too. As everyone that's been a theme today where we've had 3 players with 0. That's a record. And we are still moving here. Hope you're enjoying watching a bit of, I don't want to say history, but yeah, one of the longest. 7-3 now does have open-ended. Queen 7 kind of in no man's land. Heads up does beat hands, as we mentioned, the computer hand. And Jeremy, though, the 3.
Jeremy might just check jam this too.
Well, he was on the button.
Not check jam, but just jam this one in position. Yeah. He calls. And Dennis, if he gives up here, he's going to get bluffed.
I think he's going to shove, though. He unblocks the diamonds and as played, like, doesn't think the guy probably has a 10, so. Let's get right back to even Steven. 8 million. If we're going to play it all in, let's this time it's going to hurt. This time it's going to be for basically all of it if it gets in here coming up. 5, 6, 4, 9. Both players making a pair. Hard to do that and hold them.
6, 5. Yeah. Got the pair plus the open ender. Jeremy's just got the 4. Let's see if Dennis goes for another barrel here on the turn. He does. Big bet for value. And let's see if Jeremy gets sticky here. I mean, this match has been characterized by just people getting out of line and aggression, but still makes the big fold, semi-big fold. Folding third pair on the turn and heads up is pretty big. And
3-8 suited 4-9. Pretty lame hands for heads up poker, but 3-8 suited is suited. 4-9 has the cards that match the colors there. At least 4-9 has some potential, and there's an egg thrown. These guys know it's hard to win, right? There's so many stacked final tables. This ace 7 and 9s. I mean, this
should be it.
This is gonna be most actually though with the limp. It might not just go raise and shove. It might, but actually ace 7 off doesn't play as well. Probably just flat.
Yeah, it's probably gonna raise and shove. This is a big ISO. Jeremy's probably just gonna put this one in. I don't really see what else you can do. You definitely don't really want to call ace 7 off. I mean, I don't want to say definitely, but I think he does call. Okay, and maybe he saves himself there because 9s flop a set. That would have been it. Otherwise.
Yeah, that would have needed. Is there even? Was it drawing dead? Is actually has no runners there, right? What's he need? Yeah, it would be.
It's drawing dead.
That would be over. That would be the actual over. Literally 100% hand. And now he's like, man, maybe I get outplayed here. Maybe I just save myself. He will see. He saved himself. See if it can end up mattering though. as we will see now 11 million to 5 million, 2-1 lead. If he can come back, there'll definitely be a hand to pinpoint on how he was evaded his fate there. As we see king 6 ace 4, both pretty reasonable hands, but to call off, doesn't want to call off. And those stats, there they are again from day one on the left and right. You can see Dennis and Jeremy, their prior earnings on GG Millions into today, now going to be up a lot more than that, as we are having a 44 plus 27. That's 73, 74K match roughly today. Jack 5, 10, 5, Jack 5 of hearts does make the flush on the turn. 10, 5, not interested. Snap checking. 0 seconds on the chess clock for Dennis. If it hits, you can see then you have 4 seconds, 5 seconds to act each time, each street. If that does activate, as we are now seeing that do frequently. And there is a look again at the payouts. Our friend Filthy Triple played a good game, got 200K. And Iago Sabino also had a great showing today, the Brazilian. Breeze will take it down. Dennis says he wants to win. He's in position to do it. They've been at risk each multiple times. We've seen some flips. We've seen a lot of drama here, and we are closing in on a 4-hour, 3-hour, 52-minute show plus the pregame. That is an honest day's work. And for in terms of the dinner, I think neither of us had these guys, right?
I don't think so. I know I didn't have Vols, and I don't think I didn't have. I forget who you have, but I didn't have these two.
Oh, actually, you know what?
That's a straight flush here, by the way.
That's not easy to do. Straight flush. Could he get it for the win? A little Johnny Chan. Eric Seidel, he's not covering, so he can't win, but does he get the Jack 5 to just barrel it off? This is a nice.
I mean,
nice
this is crazy.
Have a straight flush heads up to take us back to, as he calls, put it dead even if he doesn't put any more chips in there. And I mean, he is just going to call. And this is actually.
He might shove to try to take him off a chop or something.
Right. Yeah.
But after he calls the big bet on the turn, maybe you just give it up here. He's pretty likely to show up with a diamond. And how often is he going to fold a diamond? He does give it up. It's probably a good give up.
Good recognition. Just to be, actually, I have Jeremy. I'm almost sure because you had Ognon. I gave to you. You're gone. I think I took Jeremy. I think, but no, I had Martin. Iago, and did I have Jeremy? I think I might have. You had Filthy, Chip Leader, and Enrico. Yeah, I did have him. I'm 95% sure that you're fading for a dinner free roll. But anyway, I feel like you being on a 4-hour plus stream, it's hard to ask you to take me to dinner after being on today. But we'll see. Let's see what happens. Then we can look back at the tape, and then we'll go from there. Maybe we'll do Chick-fil-A instead of easy. We'll have to light dinner. 6-10 King 9. This is another good give up there with 6-10. Good displays, guys. They're just like dialed in, man. They like don't. They're supposed to bluff. They don't bluff. They're supposed to whatever. Guy checks into straight flush, doesn't barrel it off in the end, and we are getting max action, max everything. 8-10 suited, gonna rip it. 2 deuces. Do you run the do you call it off after all this? Do you just call it off with ducks? It's a pair, but you know you're flipping at best. If he has maybe ace deuce once in a blue moon, does fold it. I mean,
I think you're up against ace deuce quite a lot. Yeah, I think you're just too worried about 3s, 4s, 5s in particular. Even 5s maybe is strong enough to want to do something else and deuce, but like 3s and 4s, you're just suck so much to get in against that.
Well, just waits a little longer, gets top pair, 4-5 off, going to get out of the way. And this has been, we are in. I don't remember a 4-hour natural like GG Million week. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time, and it's been entertaining. Can you imagine? It's just like it'd be brutal if this was like one of the slower ones. And there's very rarely I'm like, oh, this was not a good show, or like as in it was slow or not action, but like this was actually pretty entertaining the entire time. So I'm like not even like, oh wow, it's so long, but this is this is like the time it ends with daylight savings normally before the normal time, and now we're supposed to be an hour earlier, and here we go. But appreciate everyone again tuning in. Let us know where in the world you're watching. You see many of you have been here from the start. Appreciate that. And we are gonna. There's Vinicius who wins and who should have won the Balloon d'Or. Got robbed by Rodri, although Rodri a great player. Vinicius got a bit snubbed, but well maybe Brazilian. That's a very Brazilian name. And currently the likely Balloon d'Or winner this year, as we see King Jack top pair get out of the way, Jack 5. This is wild. This is a wild day. This makes you understand why you play the game. There's no guarantees. You don't know what's going to happen, and you go out and you do 200 shows, and then all of a sudden it's the longest in the history, and that's what happens. Numbers don't lie. Math doesn't lie. Games go on, and I am seeing a top pair versus 10-5 right now.
Yeah, 10-5 just with nothing. So Dennis gonna sort of he checks it back. Dennis sort of jumps out here because he's probably gonna see bet the turn to a. I don't know. He checks it back again. Maybe trying to induce a bluff. Jeremy's just not interested. You see him snap checking. We've seen that a couple times where Jeremy just snap checks when he's not interested in a hand. He overbets and gets the snap fold. So 2-1 lead here, and let's see if this is the time that it can get closed out. 8-4 against King 9. Nothing interesting here.
Ten, 7, 9, 6. I mean, this is I'm legit. I'm intrigued. At this point, who gets it? Who gets to win? I mean, Dennis is obviously 2-1 favorite now with the chips, but like who actually gets to hoist this GGMillion trophy? They want it. I think Dennis wasn't kidding. He wants the trophy. King 10 taxi cab. Shout out Houston, Texas out there. You guys know what that is. Taxi. You know the taxi. We've talked about that, Jozoff. You've been enough times. You've heard that.
Taxi cab.
Yeah. You get it. That's heads up though. It's a little different. Playing King 10 off, ring game, 9-handed, sure. King 10 heads up. You roll the dice and take it. And whoa, this has potential. Ace deuce suited, King 5 suited,
King 5 suited,
10 blinds.
Yeah,
we might see it go into town here. Shout out again to Ann Arbor, Michigan, Ace deuce. Michigan Wolverines reigning national champions will be fitting. Could he win it? Could he call it off? He's going to not have hearts working if he does. He's thinking, oh, he folds.
He folds. Okay.
Folds it. Wow. Those deuces he folded. That was crazy. The man made a straight flush heads up today. 10-7 off, 10 blinds. And
I think King 5 is like a pretty clear call. Was it 10 blinds, 11 blinds? I mean, I would call King 4. Yeah. I don't know. Unless I'm missing something, but
9, 10, 4, 6 suited.
He's supposed to shove so much of this. Like 6-4 suited, I think should shove also. Like these sort of middling connected hands. Gets a lot of stuff that beats you to fold. Has decent equity when called. Like 7-5, 6-4, 6-5, 8-6 type stuff should be jamming a lot. So that's why you want to call King 5. You dominate that portion of it, and you do fine against most of the offsuit ace-X. Queen 4 against 9-8. 9-8 suited should just flick it in, right? Or how many bigs is that? That might be a little bit too much. That's 9 bigs.
Dennis wants the title. Could taste it.
I think that should call too. I feel like people are
close. It feels close. I don't actually know the exact on that one, but it's right there. It can't be wrong. At the same time, here it's like it says, he's like, all right, I got him down, whittled down. Do I want to give him life called 9 high? It is suited. Here
this one is for sure.
After all.
This one for sure.
All. Well, if he folded 8-9 suited, yeah, Queen 9, I guess, yeah, it is better, but it's still, I don't know. If he folded 8-9 suited, is he going to really call Queen 9 off? He should, but he doesn't. I didn't think he was.
They're trying to keep us here, Jeff.
Yeah, we're officially, we're crossing the 4-hour mark on a record GGMillion show. And here we go. 7s, limp, King 8, good enough, off to rip. No, check. Let's see a flop. Be safe. Can't be too careful. And Jeremy going to see another flop. We are at the 4-hour mark. Guys, girls at home, we might as well. I mean, honestly, though, the crazy thing is it's not like they've been playing tight. There has been like a lot of
I just think they're both a little bit too tight when it comes to the heads up 10, 11 bigs calling off. I think you just have to be wider. And again, this goes back to like not looking too much at, let's see what he does here with the Queen 6, probably just limp it goes back to how much have they studied their 10 big blind heads up stuff, 11 big blind heads up stuff? Most people don't really do that too often as part of a normal study regimen. So yeah, I think I saw like 3 or 4 there like consecutively that I'm like, why are none of these hands going in? like 9-8 suited, King 5 suited, the Queen 9 off. I would also call this one. Jeff, I'll buy you whatever dinner you want if this one does not go in.
This is in there.
Thank you.
King Jack, Ace Queen, King or Jack to end it. Can Dennis get his title one way or the other? There is a Queen and a Jack. Are we flipping again? Or
Jack in the window.
Lightning in
Queen
a bottle? Does it happen on the river? It is. Oh,
another Jack.
Yay. The J is okay for Dennis. That is a title, and that is a win. The man gets his first title. Dennis Valls comes in, middle of the pack, puts up quite a fight, made some great calls, great plays, aggressive maneuvers, and Michael, 4 hours on the dot, a 4-hour GGMillion, not a WSOP bracelet special edition, not the WSOP main event special edition, but this was a pure record and it ended beautifully. 4 hours on the dot. Appreciate the time. This has been so special. And tell me your overall takeaway. What is the thing that you're going to look back and say, wow, that impressed me, that shocked me? What is your takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many interesting spots to look back on, to run, to talk about with your friends from today. So many weird post-flop hands. There were some interesting ones pre-flop. I can't even go into them. Now there's too many. Post-flop, pre-flop, lots of spicy players. You know, I mean, I guess to the average poker fan, I guess you would say that some of these guys, you know, with some exceptions, you maybe haven't heard their names as much, right? Maybe not as big names as you would see like the Samuel Vustin, the Simon Matson type online legends. But that's not for a lack of entertainment, because there was really, really interesting hands today. It went long, but again, like you said, just because it goes long doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. We saw a lot of interesting stuff. So pretty happy with this one, Jeff. Thought it was a good show, and yeah, Dennis played well and deserves the win.
Yes, he did. And 16.36 to 1. I believe that was the longest shot that we've had win. The betting odds, that's in the GG client. Unbelievable. If you got a wager down on that, there's another look at there. He takes it down. That is a nice payday for anyone that had him. Jeremy also was one of the favorites. He started the day in second, came in second. He was at risk jacks to ace queen, got the triple after getting coolered with ace king to aces. So we saw a lot of different things go down. And interesting enough too, the Ognon, who has 3 GGMillion titles, went out in 7th after he started the day in first. So again, pretty cool to see the betting odds, not just because it's fun and to make a little wager and get a long shot, but also to see how kind of the final tables shake out. You know, it's not just chalk. There is a lot of times you see the top 3 do well, but today we saw a later position player finish first, and one of the chip leaders, who was one of the more experienced, finish in 7th. And again, want to remind everyone, GGMillions will be back with daylight savings starting earlier, and we do have, it's a 1 hour earlier start time, as well as the pregame show for 30 minutes. We do go live at 1:15 Eastern. And next week, Maria Konnikova, fresh off her WSOP bracelet win online, she will join us, and also one of the best-selling authors. She has a book, so very cool to have her on. Been talking about getting her on for a long time, and we'll be doing that. Michael, I believe your 5th or 6th show. Not as many times we had aces dealt today, but very impressive to have you on that many times. Give him a follow, Michael Jozoff, on Instagram and other socials. He will be in the Bahamas, as well as myself. He will be playing the Triton 125K main event, 26K 50 mil, and again, satellite 1.5K packages. They do have those running, some guarantees and very nice opportunities to win your 26K seat, plus those 14 days at the luxurious 5-star Atlantis Hotel, Resort, and Casino. For Jeff Gross, Michael Jozoff, we'll see you soon. Appreciate the time. Thank you, everyone. Record show, 4 hours in the books. See you next week.